I'd like to call to order our South Hill Town Council's regular meeting for the month of May. Shall we pray? Our most gracious Heavenly Father, as we assemble here tonight, let us be mindful of the many blessings that we have as a town, as a community, as a state, and as a country. Dear Lord, you have blessed us with many things, many talents, and many blessings. Continue to bless us, continue to lead, guide, and direct us in all that we say. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Council, before roll call, I'd like to make it, there will be two additions to the agenda. Item 14 will be closed session regarding personnel, item A. Item B, legal. And then there'll be all the additions that we have to our agenda. Just want to make you aware of that. Roll call, Anna.
Lily Peggy-Spoon. Here. Alex Graham.
Here.
Gavin Honeycutt.
Present.
Dolores Lester.
Here.
Mike Moody.
Here.
Shep Moss.
Here.
Ben Taylor. Here. Joseph Taylor. Stuart Bowen is here. Kim Callis. Here. Sheila Pinchel. Here. C.J. Green. Here. David Hash. Here. Carol Hutchinson. Here. And Brentley Morris.
Here. Okay. Thank you, Anna. Council, you've had the opportunity to review the minutes for our April 9th meeting. I'd like to entertain a motion for approval on the April 9th meeting. Any discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed? Council, you also have had the opportunity to be presented with the minutes from our April 12th meeting. Do I have a motion for approval? Any discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed? Okay. Council, I'd like to take this opportunity to read to you a proclamation to our police department in regards to May 9th through 15th, 2021 as Police Week. Whereas there are approximately 900,000 law enforcement officers serving in communities across the United States, including the dedicated members of the South Hill Police Department, and whereas nearly 59,000 assaults against law enforcement officers are reported each year, resulting in approximately 16,677 injuries, and whereas since the first recorded death in 1791, over 22,000 law enforcement officers in the United States have made the ultimate sacrifice and been killed in the line of duty, and whereas the names of these dedicated public servants are engraved on the walls of the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial in Washington, D.C., and whereas 394 names of fallen heroes are being added to the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial this spring, including 295 officers killed in 2020 and 99 killed in previous years. And whereas in 1962, President John F. Kennedy signed a proclamation which designated May 15th as Peace Officer Memorial Day and the week in which that date falls as Police Week. And therefore be it proclaimed that Dean Marion, Mayor of the town of South Hill, hereby designates May 9th through 15th, 2021 as Police Week in the town of South Hill, Virginia, and publicly salutes the service of law enforcement officers in our community and in communities across this nation. Signed this day, May, South Hill, Virginia. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, we have a public hearing tonight, request by David Williams to to rezone the property at 1251 West Anvil Street from C2 to MX3, and the property behind 1251 West Anvil Street from R140 to R216. I'd like to open the public hearing for comment.
What was the name of the public
Temple?
hearing? Template?
I think Mr. Templin had something to say as far as the property. Templin, Templin. Mr. Templin, you got something you'd like to say about your property?
That'd be pretty good. Yeah, I don't think my property touches this property, but the main thing I'm concerned with any rezoning, this is my first meeting I've been here, so I've gone to play in my other planning commission meetings. I was on the planning commission for 10 years back in Pennsylvania, in my township. But anytime any rezoning came about, the biggest concern I ever had about it, and we all had about it, well, first of all, this is all town sewer and water, so we don't have to worry about the utilities as far as anything going big there and needing a draw down well to make sure nobody loses their wells. But the concern I'm having is traffic and noise, that everybody around in that area doesn't lose their lifestyle and the well-being that they always enjoyed their life, because we have rezoned something, and now it's been rezoned that these people now have to tolerate more traffic and more noise than what they are accustomed to in their lives. And I believe he explained to me that it's not really going to be that way, but that's the main outcry that I have about any rezoning. No.
Okay. Well, thank you for coming and sharing your concerns, sir.
Okay? All right.
Thank you.
Go back to my other room.
The chief said there are two more.
What's his first name, David?
Perry.
Perry. Thank you.
What was the first name again, I'm sorry?
Perry, P-E-R-R-Y.
Oh, Perry. Should they state their name for the record? Okay.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Hello? Can we speak now? Yes, sir.
All right, all we
Can you
got,
state, excuse me, could you state your name, please?
Ginger Barbershop. I live at 405. My house is directly behind this Daniel's Body Shop, okay? In the past year that you guys give them permission to have the body shop, they made a comment at the meeting that they would put in sound barriers. They never did it. I've called the town of South Hill numerous times on the weekend about loud music. I have grandkids, and some of the music coming up there, ain't good enough for them to be listening to, if you get my meaning. Number two, at the same time, when I see them out in public, and I say, hey, you know, your music's ridiculous, I get told, well, one of them's a county deputy. I really don't care if a county deputy's down there blaring his motorcycle music. I don't do that in his neighborhood. I cannot sit on my deck and enjoy the afternoon because of this stuff. Now, it ain't been very long ago, I had to call them because in the middle of the day, I was working from home, and I could hear it through my house. That's when I found out we don't have a person at the police station. You have to call 911, or there's another number to call. But that's my feelings on it. I don't want to see I already have looked at cars that don't have tags there, parked along Virginia Street there. Not all of them. Once in a while you'll see one with a tag gone. Right now, there's an old dilapidated truck parked there. It really doesn't help the neighborhood at all. Especially since we're trying to clean it up a little bit. You know, you got with Paul Duffer and got him to kind of facelift his place up a little bit, which made it look better. But I don't want to have to sit out there in the summertime and listen on Saturday evenings or Sundays to the racket. I just don't want to hear it. And I'm pretty sure my husband, Jim, feels about the same way.
Mr. Merrill kind of jumped ahead a little bit. I don't think Chief knew the order that we was in. Can I address this? Mr. Pulliam, he has an office, a dealership in Richmond, and he's planning on bringing cars down and put them inside the facility to have people in this area to come and view them for purchase. It's not going to be a body shop. He's going to sell cars out of that end building. It has a garage door there. He's going to pull the cars inside.
So, well, I ain't trying to be
You're talking
smart.
about two different properties?
Oh, no, we're talking about the same property. You're talking about the Billy Daniels.
Yeah.
All right, this building is right beside Billy Daniels. But this gentleman is from Richmond, Timothy Pulliam. He's bringing, these are higher-end cars like Mercedes, a Lexus, that type of vehicles. He's bringing them down, going to have them inside for people to come and view. This is not a body shop.
Well, there's not that building is not that big inside to hold more than 4 or 5 cars.
That's his point. He's not going to bring them more than 2 or 3 cars at a time.
Are we talking about?
Because his main dealership is in Richmond.
We're talking about the dealership, we're talking about the place, Jim, where they had the church in it at one time.
That's
And the
correct.
garage doors facing
That's
Virginia
correct.
Street.
That's correct.
And this is about him bringing in the
Yes.
car and having a dealership right there,
Inside,
inside.
yes.
I still ain't too fond of it. I already got enough to deal with Mr. Daniels, who can't do what he said he would do.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
Please state your name, sir.
I'm James Bowersock, 405 Boots Ferry. Yeah, my problem is that we complained many years ago that when we went outside of our house and looked down in that area, we basically saw junk cars all over the place. That got better for a couple of years. I looked down there just this evening, there's something up there on blocks, no wheels on it. There's a Volkswagen Bug down there that must be from the 60s. I see things down there that really shouldn't even be allowed to be in town as far as the aesthetics. Now, as far as lifestyle change, yes, that's going to make some noise when they start working on things. Mr. Daniels works on things all the time, and we can hear it straight up in our area because whoever the landowner is, Joey Hayes, he said he was going to put up a barrier of some sort for sound deflection. That never happened. So first of all, we're a couple of years behind on this property being, as we discussed before, being aesthetically and quality of life that we expect to have in Southfield, paying our taxes on time. So I do have an objection to it going any larger and being something that it really shouldn't be. There may have been a body shop down there for many years, but it may not have been comfortable for the people that live in that area. We've lived there 20 years. It's just not to our lifestyle advantage.
Thank you.
Mr. Hash, where is the property there? Is that behind like Sass and Sawdust?
Yes.
On that street?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right.
I think, David, you may want to explain to the audience that we were having a public hearing on 1251 West Danville, and it just got out of sequence.
Yes.
And the property that they are speaking of is a different property completely than one we're speaking of, but what they have brought here to us is going to be duly noticed.
Yes, it'd be the one for number
Public
3.
hearing for
Yes.
that particular
Yes.
property.
Thank you, I have a question. Mr. Hash, they referenced an ordinance that was passed some years ago. What are
They were speaking of a barrier, and it was, basically, was going to plant some trees, but they assured us that the limit of cars was going to be to a minimum. So we've already been through one scenario where we got them to move the cars about 6-8 months ago. Yeah, then they grow back, kind of like grass. They just keep popping up, so.
Do you know when the council approved to have these trees or whatever planted?
It was probably 2 years ago, 2 to 3 years ago.
So we just.
Well, it was left up to the owner, Mr. Hayes, and he never got around to it, so it's probably it needs to be a situation where he needs to be pushed to do something at this point. But we're trying to keep Billy to keep the cars up. That was the intent from the beginning. And they get put back there, and then they grow. So we got him to move them, like I said, about 8 months ago, and now they're grown back.
So again, you said the council approved it 2 years ago?
Yes, 2 to 3 years ago.
Mr.
Planning
Hash,
Commission that did the recommendations for us.
I know other areas in town, a privacy fence has been required to be put up for other body shops or lawnmower shops.
Yes.
Is there a privacy fence back there?
No,
It's not?
no, sir.
Okay.
And do we currently have an ordinance or something that addresses that, to put up privacy fences?
Well, it's technically for residences. It's really not so much for commercial. Now, we try to do the fences like David Taylor. When he did that for special exception, we put the stipulations on him to add the fence.
I think we need to get back on track.
Yeah, let's get
That's a
back.
good point. So you had, we were in the number A.
Yes.
Okay. So let's go back to that so we can get back on.
All right, we still have an open hearing for the 1251 West Danville Street. Is anybody opposed?
One more question, please. I'm sorry. I know what a C-2 is, but what is a MX-3?
It is a mixed use, they call it MX3, it's for mixed use, commercial and residential combined. It's the ability to put the two together.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, Chief's gonna check for anybody else.
On item A.
I'm not sure, Mayor.
Okay.
Okay, this is Mr. Williams. He is the owner of the property for the zoning request. Do y'all have any questions for him? He's the owner of the property. Well, yeah, he's purchasing the property now, and he's requesting the rezone for the 1251 West Danville.
Mr. Williams? Yes, sir. Thank you for coming tonight, appreciate it. How many apartments?
I believe it's 152.
152. Okay. Now, these subsidized apartments, or are they, okay.
No, sir, I have one apartment complex over here on Raleigh Road now, Briarcliff.
Briarcliff, yes, sir. Be similar to that?
It'll be the sister project of that.
Well, that's a beautiful project. Thank you for investing in our town.
And correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Williams, during the planning commission, you advised that the reason we're having it for two different ones, one from C2 to MX3, and the other one is all 148 R216, is the MX3 would be where the rental agent building would go.
Yes, where the
Would be on
car,
the street, which would be a mixed use, and that is conducted to that area.
yes, sir.
Any more questions? I'd like to close the public hearing.
Council?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve Mr. Williams' request to rezone property at 1251 West Danville Street from C2 to MX3, and the property behind 1251 West Danville Street from R140 to R2-16.
Okay. Any discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed?
All right.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
I'd like to move on to a second public hearing, where request by Community Memorial Hospital to rezone 500 North Thomas Street from office medical to R115. I'd like to open the public hearing. Comments? There's no comments? Whoop, sorry.
Mayor, just one quick question.
Yes, sir.
Was that, Dr. Allen's old office? Thank you, I'm sorry, you can read the flag. Yes, sir, okay, all right.
Any other questions? Okay.
All right, I'd like to close the public hearing.
I'd like to make a motion that we rezone that area, and this would be letter B. Request by CMH to rezone 500 North Thomas Street from O-M to R115.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed?
They passed. Okay, for a final public hearing, I'd like to open the floor. Whoever requests by Timothy Pulliam to utilize 227 West Virginia Street for storage of fully equipped motor vehicles temporarily while awaiting repairs or sale by dealer. This would technically be sale by dealer. I'd like to open the floor.
So he will. Is it any way, Mr. Hatch, that we could remove the wording since he has led these people, it seems, in listening to them speak here this evening, that they were only going to sell cars there, that there wasn't going to be any repairs done, that they were going to house, as you said, Mercedes or higher-end cars. I would like to change the motion to read,
Okay.
And exclude repairs, since it was not set up, it wasn't told that's what it was going to be. And it was more or less going to be a sale shop to sell higher-end cars.
Okay, we do that.
He just showed you there's no repair,
Yes, sir, that's what I've been told.
strictly sales.
Strictly sales.
And lastly, is there insurance or at least some indication that the vehicles will all be stored inside, or will some be stored outside?
Well, the conversation I had with Mr. Pulliam, that they would be put inside for the use of the area for people to come and view. They can take test drives, and they won't have to go to Richmond to drive the cars. But its main office will still stay in Richmond. That's what he explained it to us.
And again, I was saying that 2 years ago, the taxpayers came in and addressed the same situation
Yes,
2 or 3
yeah.
years ago with the council at the time. And their failure to follow up on that, I think we as a council need to revisit that and honor the taxpayers and do our due diligence as we promised to set that up.
Well, we were told, Mr. Honeycutt, that the cars wouldn't be an issue.
Yes, sir.
They would only be a few,
Yes, sir.
but it's one of those things that, when you give somebody a little bit, yes, sir, yes, sir. But we'll address that again.
Mr. Hash, do we need to revisit the privacy fencing or the trees? I guess that would be on the property owner, not Mr. Pulliam, so to speak, but if that was mandated, so to speak, I think we need to go back and look at that as well, because that would help
The situation.
the situation in its entirety, to go 2-3 years after that and still haven't been done, I think.
Well, it's kind of agreement with the cars, like I said, they would limit the cars.
Right.
But they put a few down there and then they escalate. I mean, it's okay with 2 or 3, but when they get up to 10, that's getting a little carried away. And that's what we got told initially.
Again, these seem to be honorable people speaking to this council. And again, it's a noise issue. We do have a noise ordinance that's in place actively in our community. So, again, don't feel free to reach out to our law enforcement to uphold that. But I've heard your concern.
David, going
Yes,
back
sir.
to what Gavin said, and to Kim, can we eliminate while awaiting repairs on this public hearing notice? Or do we have to have another public hearing since the wording is going to be changed?
That's kind of the way it's written in our table, permitted uses.
Okay.
So that's kind of the way it got transferred from those to this, the wording.
We can, this council can place a condition on the special exception if everything be inside, if you so desire.
Well, let me ask you a question.
So we could do a special exception, which is what this is anyway, to eliminate while awaiting repairs. It could be just a sale by dealer, and all vehicles need to remain inside overview on the property.
The council can place stipulations on the special exception.
All right, for clarity of David, what I'm hearing you say is it was by the owner that it would just be the cars in the building, correct?
Yes, sir.
And Did you get that, Councilman, at the planning commission?
That's what we were told. That is
Which
correct.
we should have on record as well.
That's correct.
Okay.
But my question is, by amending the language, do we have to then re-advertise and then come back?
You're making it more restrictive, not less restrictive. And by making the special exception more restrictive, I think it will address those people whose concerns were expressed here. And I do not believe you will need to advertise again for another special exception since you're making it more restrictive on the owner.
Well, again, my question is, do we need to put on the property owner that the previous mandates need to be adhered to first before this business is, look, I'm pro-business. Everybody in the world knows that. I want businesses here in South Hill. That's not what I'm saying. However, if the previous council mandated something 2 to 3 years ago and it has not been adhered to, I think that needs to be addressed as well before we let another potential problem get further down the road that we can't control. I don't want this nice people coming back in here 6 months from now and complaining again.
Is the building there now?
Yes, the building, yes.
The building in which he proposes to store the buildings?
The cars, yes.
Is there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so to Councilman Moss's point, if this council says, I will grant you the special exception, but you can only store the vehicles inside, then that takes care of the visibility problem for them. To your point, that other one needs to be revisited.
Yes.
Really, it's a separate matter than granting this special exception, and we can certainly do that.
That help them out on the ship's hauling would be something that the code compliance.
Yes.
issue would address immediately.
With Mr. Hayes, yes. Again, yes, yes.
Sir, could we get that correspondence too when something was addressed and we would know what to expect?
Okay. Could we get your address and everything, or so we'd have it?
Yeah.
Okay,
I'll give it to the.
okay, okay. You can give it to me, okay.
And one thing I might add, vehicles, they're man-made. The gentleman's gonna bring them down here for sale. Something's gonna happen to one of them. It's gonna need to be repaired. It's gonna break.
True.
So I don't necessarily want to handcuff him that he can't put it outside, but it shouldn't be a wrecked vehicle waiting for body work or needs a new engine and sits out for months, doesn't have tags and not covered. That's a separate deal. That's not what I'm talking. This gentleman is gonna have a vehicle problem that needs to be fixed, and he may need to leave it outside. However, it should not be an abundance of vehicles without mandating this privacy fence. I know David Williams has a privacy fence at that body shop. I know Chad over here across by Napa has a privacy fence.
David Williams, David Tatum.
David Tatum, I apologize, David Tatum. So we have done that in the past as a council, and we may need to require it on this,
That might be.
because he's gonna have a vehicle to break, just plain and simple.
That was the impression that Mr. Pulliam gave us, though, would just be for sales.
And I would like to entertain and make a motion that we strictly do as he wished, and that was to provide a place to sell cars.
Okay.
I mean, again, that would be my motion. And exclude repair.
All right. I hear your motion, but I haven't heard a second yet. My question would be, would this be something that we can bypass this special exception request at this time? Let the code official contact the owner of the property, address that, and then bring this back before council to let us discuss and vote on it at a later time, once you have met with the property owner, to find out what his plans are regarding the privacy fence, maybe any time period or something.
Okay, so the fence would be for the back of the property?
Correct.
Okay.
We can do that if I'm not mistaken, if you've got a motion on the floor.
And to reiterate about the old vehicle being
Yes.
stored inside.
Well, I guess, because the citizens brought it, I just don't want you all to have any more interruptions in your home life with what's been going on. So that's, again, I could definitely go to that if we could address it next month at council meeting.
So
Do I hear you withdrawing your motion?
Yes, I will withdraw my motion. If we revisit this next month, put it on there, we'll have time again to contact code compliance, can do all that stuff, call Mr. Hayes.
Okay.
And then we will act on this. If you all would just give us another month to do so. Yes, sir.
Can you close the public hearing, please?
Yes.
Council, I make a motion that regarding structure section 2021-2 be continued until next month, to allow the code official to get some further details regarding this matter and to contact the property owner about the situation at the property.
I second the motion.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you for coming.
That's all you have to do.
All right, Mr. Mayor, members of council, and members of the audience, tonight we have our public hearing on the Town of South Hill proposed budget for fiscal year 2021 and 2022. And as you can see, our total budget is almost $25 million. It's the largest budget we've ever had. In the general fund, it's just over $12,200,000, and in the water and sewer fund, it's $12,742,000 and change. Some key elements of this budget. There are no tax rate increases. We've not increased our real estate rates since FY 2004, 2005, I believe. It's been quite a long time. And personal property went up a couple of years ago, and before that, it had not gone up in quite some time, and our business licenses and other taxes have been stable for many, many, many years. In this budget, we have included for the Chamber of Commerce $140,000, and the Shops of South Hill $10,000. That's that $150,000 there. We have included $155,000 for the Colonial Center. There is a water rate increase for consumption of more than 50,000 gallons. We are facing a deficit in our water and sewer fund of just over $660,000. Our rates are lower than most of our neighbors, and we want everybody to understand that we have a very real challenge in our water and sewer fund. With increasing regulations by the Department of Environmental Quality and Health Department, and with the increased cost of chemicals and other things that go into treating water and sewer, costs are increasing. This past year, due to the pandemic, this town had a significant discount on water and sewer for our customers because we wanted to help them through this pandemic. And the value of that discount was almost $800,000. We simply can't continue to do that because of the pandemic, and we're hopefully just coming out of it. We did not want to do an across-the-board water and sewer rate increase this year, but we will likely be looking at that in the next fiscal year and probably the one after that to get where we need to be. And because of the water and sewer fund deficit, we are looking at taking $802,000 out of the bank to cover our operating budget this year. Okay, so that is the general fund budget. The significant increase there is in our facilities maintenance department or division of the Public Works Department, and that is for a new public works facility down at the town shop where that old white building is. And we'll talk just more about that in just a bit. So our capital expenditures, we have a rotating schedule to replace vehicles in the police department. And so for the upcoming fiscal year, we're looking at one vehicle. We have been moving to the mid-size SUVs with the shadowing lettering that you see on the side around town. Those vehicles are comparably priced cars and much more functional for our police officers. In our fire department, we have a roof repair that has to be done, and replacing quite a bit of firefighting hose. In our street maintenance division, we are slip lining 2 major storm drains. One is along South Hill Avenue, extends from South Hill Avenue over to Cook Lane. It has collapsed in a couple of different places, so we have to repair that. And the other is on Atlantic Street. It extends from the Town Square Shopping Center back up towards the Burger King and that side of the road. And slip lining is equally effective and far less expensive than tearing up the road and putting in new stormwater pipes. An attenuator is a safety device that is used on work and in work zones, so that if approaching traffic comes up on one of our crews and if they are out of control, they will crash into this attenuator. You'll see a lot of those along the interstate. And of course, we frequently have to replace our dumpsters. In our fleet maintenance division, there's a hydraulic press that is used maybe not daily but often in repairing our heavy equipment and vehicles. We are looking at purchasing defibrillators for every location that does not have one. And then I mentioned the Public Works building. We have the Blue Shop. That is where much of the work is done on our vehicles and equipment, but we have the lower shop, which is where we store lots of equipment. We have people scattered all over the place, and we'd like to consolidate that into one building for there to be a meeting place for people to go to have training and to have meetings, and a wash bay so that we can keep our vehicles a bit cleaner. In Parks and Grounds, at the softball complex, that fencing is over 30 years old, and it's time. It's dented and rusting and coming apart, and this fencing is the new netting that you see on newer high schools and college campuses. So it'll be a quality netting that comes, that is warranted. And then a groomer for the 9 ball fields. There is an event trailer with barricades that is used for outdoor events to cordon off areas. And then there is a John Deere lawnmower. Again, we've got 9 ball fields, 2 cemeteries, and lots of areas around town, so we have to place our mowers from time to time. So our total general fund capital expenditures are just under $1,972,000. As I mentioned just a moment ago, there are no rate increases in our general fund. The real estate will remain at 34 cents and personal property at $1.50. Compare that to a lot of other places, you'll see personal property rates well over $3. Mecklenburg County is $3.36. So we try very hard to control costs there. So in our water and sewer fund, we have 3 primary divisions: water, sewer, and wastewater. In water distribution, the biggest capital expenditure is a $2 million investment in new water lines. We're trying to establish some redundancy into town and get some water to areas along Plank Road that aren't served. And what that means is if we have a problem like we had some time ago and water has to be cut off, we have another route for water to get into town. It does not ensure 100% delivery all the time, but it gives us much more reliability than we have now. And we need to do that to meet the growing demands, especially in our industrial parks. We also have included a radio read meter reading system. Right now we spend 2.5 to 3 days a month with 2 folks reading meters. This system will reduce that time to less than half a day. It can be done from 1 or 2 places around town by taking the pickup truck and the device and pushing the button, and it uploads all the readings. And it also gives us information about unusual usage during the month, so that if someone has a significant leak, we can identify it early and tell folks they need to fix something before they have a sky-high water bill. A lot of work needs to happen in our sewer collection system. Our sewer system is just about at capacity, and so we need to, we are in the process of advertising for bids on a new sewer line on the north side of town that will connect Hillcrest Industrial Park all the way down to Atlantic Street. It's $4.5 million. With that in mind, I informed council just the other day that we had a little snag with that because the gravity sewer portion of that line can be done with ductile iron, but the force main needs to be done with PVC, 16-inch PVC. And that pipe is not available right now because the resin that's required to make it comes from China. We hope that that pipe will be available in 6 to 8 weeks, but we will go ahead and go to bid. We can do the gravity section and the pump stations and get the work going so that when the PVC is available, we can finish it up. We have a pretty big client, a pretty big industry that's going to be at Hillcrest Industrial Park, and sometime in 2022, we need to get that work done. You'll see 3 pumps at our pump stations. Some of these have not been replaced since the late 80s or early 90s. The sewer rehab is slip lining several sewer lines, mostly in the Lombardy Street, Marrow Street, and Farrell Street area. And slip lining is just a cured in place pipe. You don't have to dig up the pipe and replace it. You just insert this material and you heat it, and it molds itself to the inside of the line, and is supposed to have a 40-year life. We have a flatbed with a crane that's used to lift the pumps at our pump stations, and we have a new trailer for our backup generator. And then a sewer jetter for our easements. Most people have seen the big piece of equipment that we use around town, but that piece of equipment cannot go down some of these little narrow roads and pathways that we have to get to sewer lines, especially in some of our industrial parks. And that's what this will be used for, is to get to those hard to reach places that a big piece of equipment can't get to. At our wastewater treatment plant, a few years ago, we added an additional 1 million gallons of capacity out there. We recently had to replace a rotor in one of those ditches, and when we inspected the others in that new ditch, we found that they were wearing out. And then when we inspected the rotors in the 2 older ditches, which are 20 plus years old, we found that it's going to be time to replace those too. So we will be replacing the rotors in all the ditches at the wastewater treatment plant. The parts have been ordered and should be here soon. And then a floating aerator is just a piece of equipment that floats around in the sludge and puts air into it, which is a big part of the process. Folks don't realize that because of regulations, the water that's discharged from our sewer plant into Flat Creek is cleaner than the water that comes out of your tap. And that's just part of the regulatory world that we have to deal with. So in our water and sewer fund, we're looking at just over $8.5 million in capital expenditures. Back to what I said earlier, because of the economy and the pandemic, we have tried to hold water and sewer rates steady. We will continue to do so for the most part for 1 more year, but for large consumers, those that use 50,000 gallons or more, we are increasing the rates to $4.90 per 1,000 gallon. And so you're looking at a monthly increase. If somebody's using 50,000 gallons of $6 a month, if they're using 1 million gallons, of course, that's a lot of water. That's about $800 a month. And this chart just gives you an idea of where the money is spent. Usually, the general fund is a little heavier than the water and sewer fund, but because of all those projects that I mentioned, water and sewer is a little heavier this year. 20% goes to public works in a lot of those projects, and in public safety, that 14% is police, fire, and code compliance. So that is an overview of our FY 21-22 budget. And in just a moment, we will open the public hearing. A number of people had signed up to speak, and so we will invite them to speak in the order that they signed up and give everybody an opportunity to chat. So I believe at the top of the list were Earl Horn and Bill Solari, followed by many other people, and Chief is going to invite them in.
I have one question while we're waiting, if I may. Did you say that you informed council? Did you say that you informed council about the snag in the PVC pipe?
I sent an email out.
Okay,
Yes.
apparently I didn't get that one or didn't see it.
I'll try to find it and forward it to you.
Thank you.
Yeah, we just got the word. Come on in. Come on in to this microphone here. So at this time, I'd like to open the public hearing for comments on the FY 21-22 budget.
Do you by any chance have something I can put this on?
The podium.
have to speak if you want.
Okay.
The podium. You can go to the podium.
If you want to, yeah, I'll step away.
Good evening. My name is Earl Horn. I live in South Hill. How the Colonial Theater got started. There was a group before me that worked very hard trying to put the Colonial Theater together, and it very simple. It didn't work. They could not get any grants, and it failed. And Glenn Barber was the chairman of it at that time, and they had several members of the committee. And Glenn asked me, would I come to one of their meetings? And honestly, I truthfully really wasn't that interested in it at that time. But he asked me, he says, you just finished the Roanoke River Service Authority, and now this will give you something else to do. So I did go to one of their meetings, and I listened, and they wanted me to take over the project of the Colonial Theater. And at that time, I said, I am not at this point willing to give you an answer on this. I want to look at it further, because they had tried to get grants. They did not get any grants at all. They did get some donations. So within a month, I came back, because it was a month for their next meeting. And I made several phone calls trying to find out, did I really want to do this project? And I came back and I said that I will take it on. And Mr. Barber said that anybody that on the committee that you would like to work with you, he said, just let us know. And I said, Mr. Barber, if you can tell me any donations you have or any monies that you have, could you pass that to me? He said, I can give you a bill. And that's what it was. He gave me about an $80,000 bill that they owed. Not one bit, no money at all was given. So there, I spent a lot of time of thinking about it, as I said, and the Holy Spirit told me to go ahead and take this project. And I did. So I went after some grants. I made some phone calls, and I explained what was going on and what we would need in form of grants. And I talked to, you'll hear a lot, I talked to many people within the state of Virginia, with senators, with congressmen, with governors. And I called Mr. Verjagood, which was a congressman representing the 5th District. And I told him very simply, I said, is any way can you help me with a grant? And I explained about the Colonial Theater project. And he said, well, I might be interested in helping you with maybe half and half. And I very simply said, sir, I have no money at all. I cannot do half and half. I need for you to be able to find some grants for this project. And he did. He did. Matter of fact, there's several, Mr. Good was very helpful in this. He worked on getting grants, and he did get one. I think the first one that he got for us was in 2008. No, I take that one back. Some of the first ones that he got was later on in the year 2004 or 6, somewhere in there. I don't have the exact date on that. But he did. And matter of fact, at the end of the project, he worked through the HUD. At the end of the project, Mr. Good did with us in grants, $572,000, 240. And all these have been posted into paper, because every time we've got a grant, it was in the paper. Matter of fact, a lot of them are posted over there in the box office over there about people that have given. So the HUD gave $572,240. T21, which is VDOT, they in November 2004, talking with them, and the Planning Commission here was a tremendous help to this project, tremendous help. They gave $242,000 in November 2004. And don't, I mean, my months or something might be off, because a lot of this comes back in memory. And rural development, I gave, I got to tell you something about rural development. Rural development put in the elevator and also a couple of bathrooms. And when they told me what they hopefully that they could do, they said, Mr. Mayor, they said, basically, we're not going to give you anything right now, because we have checked and your community has not given you that much donations. And with our project, your community has to come forth and show that they want this project and for them to give to it. And they gave me a figure, I think they gave me $75,000. Says, you have to worry, $75,000, you're not going to get anything from us. Well, that's pretty interesting when somebody tells you that. So I went and sent out a lot of emails and tried to get, and I'll tell you, I got absolutely nobody. I went out on my own, had a list of people, companies, and I think for about almost a month, I went from business to business, telling about the project and that how bad we needed the money or I was going to lose an opportunity of a grant. And at the end of the day, Rural Development got back in touch with me. And they said, Mr. Mayor, what did you get? I said, well, I got $50,000. They said, that's good enough. And they gave us $125,000. CDBG, which is Community Development, in 2004, I think it was around October, gave $20,000. There was the Tobacco Commission, well, let me go back. The state of Virginia, Senator Frank Ruff and Delegate Tommy Wright gave $35,625 in January 2008. And that was from the Senate and from the House of Delegates. They had money, and they were able to get that, and I really appreciated that. The Tobacco Commission, I got in touch with the Tobacco Commission and worked with them and telling them the need and what this project would mean to Southside Virginia. And so working with the Tobacco Commission, that is one of the biggest committees in the state of Virginia. And I worked with them, and it did a lot of putting things together back and forth. And at the end of the day, to make it short, at the end of the day, they gave $834,750. Thanks to Mr. Frank Ruff was on that committee, and Mr. Tommy Wright was on that committee. So that was a huge, huge support on that project. The GO bond was $2,250,000. Was supported by the 1 cent penny tax for the meals and lodging. To go back to the elevator, that adds up to roughly $4 million that I was blessed to get with a lot of help of the Planning Commission and a lot of help of other people that helped. And so that put us, and this came in different times from like 2001 to all the way to 2009. Is about the length of those they served down. I will tell you, there is a lot of times during that was very trying, very dark times, because many times I gave all this to you, but I didn't have these all at one time. And there was many times I had to ask Cambridge, I said, can you kind of slow it down a little bit, or maybe not have that many working, because I actually didn't, I didn't have another grant. And they said that they would. That's how tough it was. But anyway, we were very blessed. I know I made some mistakes during that time of that project, but I made a whole bunch of good decisions with a lot of great help and friends that I had. As I said about rural development, they did the elevator. During that time, when we finally got some lights on and different things that would fall through the floor over there, I stayed out there a lot at different nights to 2 or 3 o'clock at nighttime working on this project. As I said, there were some dark, dark times with this project. I can remember one night, it was about 2 o'clock. I was upstairs, I was on the second floor in the office, and working on whatever I was working on, and I heard the elevator. I heard the elevator click from the first floor, and I thought, oh my gracious, here it is, 2 o'clock, and I'm here by myself, and somebody's down there on the elevator coming up. So I was a little nervous about that, because I didn't know who was coming up on the elevator. So it went past the second floor, it went past the third floor. Somebody was on there at 2 o'clock, and was I afraid? Yes, I will admit that. But anyway, I stayed where I was at, and after a period of time, I came on down, and the elevator, I think it was in a week or so, the elevator guy came and was testing things. And I asked him, I said, I got to tell you something. I was in here the other night about 2 o'clock, and the elevator went from the first floor up to the third floor. And I said, I got to admit, I know they say there are ghosts in theaters like this. And the guy said, he started laughing. he said, "Sir," he says, "the elevator so often does its own test. And it will automatically go from the first floor up to the third floor." So that's what it was. I thought there was somebody in there. So it was kind of a little scary piece. The Colonial Theater right now is the LLC is a private entity. Private. That's it. It was set up that way. It was set up by two attorneys that I didn't contribute that much to that. I did contribute to, and the CDA did, about things, what it meant about, they'd ask different questions and putting it together. And the LLC, as I said, is a private entity. It was for profit. And it had its, I have for the past year worked on the Colonial Center of it becoming a nonprofit, a 501c3 organization. We are very close of having that put together and ready to go, a 501 nonprofit C3 project. That'll mean a great deal to the Colonial. There's a lot of pluses in that. That gives you the opportunity to go out to, well, we talked about Microsoft, go out to different companies that they won't even talk to you if you don't have a 501c3. So that is very important with that. And I know that the CDA has got a meeting coming up, and I know there's some here. I know Lily is on that, and Mayor, I know you're on that CDA meeting, CDA board. And I will tell you, it is very, very important. I know there's some paperwork that's got to be taken care of. I know there's a lease agreement that we're working on. But to you, Lily and Dean, I would encourage you I would hope that you would support that, because it means so much to that Colonial Theater. The nonprofit is kind of like the one right now, the LLC. The Colonial would be responsible for all the repairs, replacing all the equipment, doing all the repairs for the AC and the heat. Someone asked me, said, "Well, how many air conditioners you got?" We got 19 air conditioners. That's a big place. And when people get hot, they go to the show, that get hot while watching it. Believe me, one of the first people they look for is either Lauren or either me, because they're either burning up or freezing. What we did though, we set up a company out of South Boston, Comfort, I think that's the name of it. And they are set up that they come, I think 4 times a year, to check all of our heat and air conditioning, and that has worked out very well. What did I know about doing theaters when I started on this in February 2001? Not much, anything about it. As I said, the Holy Spirit told me to go ahead and move forward with it, getting the grants. We were able to do that. Jesus blessed this project so very, very much, or it would never be done. I remember on celebration night was in 2011, and we had where a lot of people were there that contributed to the Colonial, and I remember introducing some people, and there's certain ones I wanted to start off with, and I was on stage, and I remember saying, I said, I would like to introduce some people to y'all that has been so a big help to me. And I said, the first one that I'm going to introduce, you won't be able to see him. But I said, he's right beside me. And that was Jesus Christ. And I can tell you, if it was not for him, it would not have been done. You know, you talk about people, and I hear from a handful of people that basically despise the colonial, or some people that want to talk about the colonial in a negative way. And I always wonder, how much did they ever contribute anything to this project? Did they ever volunteer for this project? Probably not. But when it comes to quick to downplay a theater, then they kind of jump on the bandwagon about it. There was a lot of blood, sweat, and tears that went into this project. What is it worth? This is worth so much to Southside Virginia, to this town. We have performers from 5 to 80 some years old that perform. We have cat shows that are full. We have bring in some of the top tribute bands in America and Canada. And a lot goes into it. The Drama Club of Parkview, I tried to, when working with the principal there, I don't remember who it was now, but it wasn't Mr. Taylor. It wasn't that. So, but anyway, I tried to get, I said, wouldn't it be interesting? I said, y'all can come and use the colonial if you want to. And I talked to the drama teacher, and I think that has changed now in the past few years. I don't remember who the drama teacher was back in the beginning. Yeah, I remember that name. You're right.
And it's a children's theater.
But the drama, so finally here in the past, 4 or 5 years, the drama teacher at Parkview has used the colonial. They use it for a week. We give it to them. They use it for a week where they can see lights and sound, where they can go into dressing rooms, where they can get a feel of all of it. And I asked her one night, I said, has this helped you? She said, well, we've gone from maybe 8 in a class to probably over 20 now because of the colonial. That's what it means. They put on 2 shows. And when she told me that they never made any money or anything off of it, and I said, well, there's no charge to you for doing this. You get to use the colonial free of charge. Our technical person, Mr. Doug Wright, will run all of that for you and help y'all out with this project. And I said, on top of that, I said, whatever we make here that people get tickets and get, I said, we'll give you half of that. And when the first time she said, the half that you gave us, not counting all what else you did, she said that was about 10 times more than we've ever got. And she said, oh, you have really made it. So that's some of the things that this colonial, what it does. Why did I keep the employees we got? Some people have kind of commented, hey, why didn't you just fire them? Why do you even have them there? The China project, the COVID-19, I still have to call it the China thing. That is very simple why I kept it. I made that decision, and I hold to that decision today. Lauren is the director, and she works as hard as she did when it was open, basically. We have tremendous time. I probably talk to her 3 or 4 times a day on different things that we're involved in. If it was not for, if I didn't have her, or if I would have let her go, and then when we'd open back up and she was not available, I can tell you what, it'd be a world of hurt trying to train back, because she was basically trained to handle that. Doug Wright. Doug goes over there 7 days a week. Why? There is a lot of things over there. There's a lot of things over there that has to be checked. We've had a water leak that he's found out about. We've had lights. I went one time and turned lights on, and this was after the ice storm. We did not have any lights at all. We spent quite a bit of time of working on that, and we had to get somebody on a Roanoke to get the light system put back on. Something knocked it out because of the ice that we had. So Doug, not only that, to find somebody that works every minute of the day, and then at nighttime when we're doing cat shows, who's out there, and then he directs those. When you have a professional show or a one-night show, Doug has to come out there on Saturdays and get the band and get all the timing set up. And then he comes out there on Saturday and handles that. And when the cat shows are going on, there's 5 shows in each production. He is there every night running the stuff. If Doug was gone, to find somebody to do that would be very, very hard. Karen has done a great job with our art galleries. I know there was 1 or 2 art galleries here, but they never did make it. And we started an art gallery from day one on the 2nd floor. And Karen has spent a lot of time of getting artists to come and show their artwork to the community. And even we would have a little snacks that we'd invite them to come out where the public could meet them and talk with them and can see their art. Well, she has worked so hard on that, and she works on it now on Facebook. But she works on it, and now we have so many artists that it's almost 6 months or a year before we can take any more. They're filled up every single time. People want to get in and be a part of that. So for the first time that I can remember, the art gallery we have is very successful, very, very important. There's a lot of people that love the arts. I'm going to get into an area that I honestly debated where to get into. It's going to be about 3 of them. And it's not my nature. It's not my nature to tell it like it is to somebody. But when somebody attacks the colonial or somebody attacks me, I kind of brush it off. But when then I hear it again and hear it again, then it's a different story. But on Facebook, about a week ago, I don't do Facebook. I don't like Facebook. The colonial has a Facebook, and Doug has. I have a way that I can see the colonial Facebook. And it was a week ago, matter of fact, on the Facebook, I went to the colonial, and there was a post by a nice-looking family, husband and wife, maybe 2 or 3 kids. I probably range, and I might be wrong on this, range from 6 to 8 or 10 years old. And on the Facebook, here's this family on their picture. And the remark was, who is the smart, on the farm, we call them donkeys. I don't even want to say that word. who is the smart blank hole that closed the Colonial Theater? Earl Horn did. That's what they said. And they named one other person. I'd rather not name the other person. And did that strike me good? I don't think so. But they blame me for closing it. So, do y'all know who closed the theaters all over America? I wish I could tell. I don't know their names. I saw it then. Now, Doug, I told him, take them off. I'm not going to stand for that. I don't know their names, and I'm glad I don't. But if you're listening or going to catch this, how about calling it's the governor that's doing it. And he's doing a poor job. I'll tell you that right off the bat. Very poor job. But that's who's doing it. But let's go a little bit further about, he says you can do 33%. You can open theaters around. So you know what 33% means to a theater? You can open it 33. You can have 33% occupancy in there. You can have. You got to be 6 feet apart. You have to wear a mask. So when we bring in a tribute band, they're wearing a mask because they're going to be closer to 6 feet apart. That's going to be real interesting to try to listen to that. So if you take 400 seats and you take 30 and you take that percent to it, so there's 264. Let's just use the cat shows, which cost $15 a ticket. So 240 seats are empty. So a person, that's a loss of $3,960. So 132 people can come. So that's $1,980 that you set in there. And then when you've got the heat and air and lights and all the other, you can add another $300 or $400 to that, $1,000 to that a night. So that's $1,300. So when you add the loss of $3,960 for the 264 people and the $1,300, each show, that's a loss to the Colonial for $5,260 versus $1,980 a profit. That not a profit of that. So we do 5 shows. So if you do 5 shows, then the Colonial in this 5 productions loses $16,400. But why would anybody open that when you're going to lose on it? But this family says, why did you close that? You need to get back in and open it up. And by the way, if you get in there and open it up, you got to do all the spraying, you got to do all the masks where they're in there to it. And then you've got the chance of taking somebody that says, well, I caught COVID right here because y'all didn't do anything. And then there's a lawsuit. So, hey, there is a lot that goes on. Our cat shows, as I said, is a big part of youth, anywhere from 5 to 8 years old. It consists of black, brown, and white actors that we have. And it has done very, very well from 5 years old to 80 years old. It has done very well. It was the Colonial guys, it was the Colonial that presented the 1 penny tax. Nobody else. It was that theater. Because sitting right up there, the council and myself, we asked to do the 1 penny tax on the GO bond. It meant to help keep the Colonial open, to finish the Colonial. Where patriots and all people can come and see great, great entertainment. So the penny tax, if it was not for the penny tax that the colonial initiated, then once the colonial, there's about 2/3 goes, when I submit to the town manager, this is what I'd like for the colonial to get this year to balance the budget or to get that. And I said the rest of it needs to go to the fire department, or rescue squad, or in infrastructure, what you have. So they do that. But who gets the biggest benefit out of it? That penny that the colonial started? It's the town of South Hill. If it was not for that, then they wouldn't have it. And I know I was asked to come to a budget meeting that we had a couple of weeks ago at the Budget and Finance. And there was a lot of discussion about different things. But one budget person that said that Miss Bracy said that once Miss Millie Bracy said that once the colonial had paid that debt service off, the answer to the question was that Miss Bracy stated that once the debt service is taken out of the tax, it will stay at 5.5% for infrastructure. And then that all passed. And then I asked the person, I said, I think there was another one. No, I don't know about another one. And I think some others were asked, but I don't know about another. I said, there was another motion back in 2016. And I think we got some copies if y'all want to see it there. And what it was, when I asked for that penny tax, Ms. Bracy and all the rest of the council said, Mayor, there's one thing that you got to do. We want you to go by every restaurant and hotel here in South Hill and tell them you're going to ask for a penny tax, that we are going to ask for a penny tax. And tell them, because we don't want to, because we want them to know up front. I went by and talked to the hotels, Mr. Talawala, Mr. Emmett Williams, all the restaurants, Brian's, Wilson's, and I can't even think of them, many of them. And I told them what I wanted to do with that penny tax, what the Colonial Theater meant to this area right here. And they all said, we're for that, except for a couple. Except for a couple that says, no, don't want anything to do with it. And as I kept talking to them, they said, okay, we'll do one thing. You got to promise one thing. I'll agree to that. I won't come to the public hearing and argue with y'all. But you got to earmark that penny tax for the Colonial Theater. Because you're talking about us to pay more. But you've got to earmark, that council has got to earmark that penny for the Colonial Theater, because you're going to need some of it. So there was a motion made on April 2016. I'll just read the last part on it. I think some people forgot about it, don't even remember it. But it stayed there, hereforth, the colonial, the 1 penny is earmarked to meet the needs of the Colonial Center for Performing Arts. Motion carried unanimously. And that's where it stands right now. I don't know how you can fight that when it says that. I hope y'all got a copy. You don't, give everybody a copy of it, because some of them never had it, evidently.
Thank you.
I'm going to jump to, today and the other day, I want to jump to something else that's pertaining to the colonial. And when I was told that today, and the person told me, he says, that's what some people are asking. You cannot imagine how that hit somebody like me. when somebody said, I understand that, that Earl is getting $80,000, pocketing $80,000. And I said, oh, wow, man, that's a good Hawaii trip for sure. That I pocketed $80,000. That $80,000 kind of rang a bell to me a little bit of what it was. And I talked to somebody else today, and they said, I can tell you what it was. It's about a grand piano. And then I knew. Well, I want to tell you, I want to break this thing down right now to the nitty-gritty about the grand piano. First of all, Miss Ursula Butts was the president of the Ladies Performing Arts here and had a lot of good members there. I called her one day and I said, Ursula, I said, the grand piano, I thank y'all when y'all gave it to us. It's not being used. We had to put it down in the basement because it was so big it could not go anywhere else. So we had a lift that would lift it up. And on one of the lift broke. And then on the stage, you had to cut like 6 by 6 or 8 by 8, I don't know what hole to bring that piano up. So there it was, no way to get it back up, to get into it. And guess who we had coming here? We had the Richmond Ballet, the group 2. There's 1, 2, 3 that were coming here. And guess what they do when they come here? They go on stage, they check everything out to see if it's going to injure any of their people. So I said, Ursula, that piano has come a liability to us. We had 2 people that were injured during a show or practicing from that, and it just was not being used. We had some people that we brought in, some pianists, and honestly, the ticket sales were very poor. I rented it out to a group from Chase City, and they had some big people that really were good at playing it. And I think they were looking at filling it up, and I think they ended up having 50 people. So I told her, I said, I need to move the piano. I said, it's just too much of a liability to us. And she said, let me check with her people. And she did. She came back and she said, Earl, I understand and I agree with you. She says, but one thing, when you sell that piano, she says, I want you to make sure that that money goes to a project that's helping the colonial, that people will see that. And I said, that will be done. And it was done. It was done. But she said, I have no problem with that. I totally agree with you on it, on what you have told me. Now, if anybody knows Miss Ursula, but you're willing to, you can call her and ask her the same thing that I'm talking about. The very same thing. I kind of encourage you to do that. So, I was told by some people that the piano cost them $80,000. That's where the $80,000 comes in. The $80,000. So I sent the piano down to Hooper Piano down in Raleigh, and the list price on that piano was $80,000. They gave the Ladies Performing Arts a 31% discount, brought it down to $55,000 is how much it cost. It didn't cost $80,000. So the Colonial got $34,500 that it was sold. That's how much commission. That was pretty doggone good for about a 9-year-old piano. And And I told Ursula, I said, this is what it got. She said, wow. She said, that's good. That's fine and good. And I've talked to the members and they all agreed on that. Well, there's the check that they sent to the Colonial for Performing Arts, $34,500. There is a deposit, just so all of y'all will know that I didn't rat hole $80,000. There is $34,500 that went to First Citizen Bank deposited. So from there, this is what happened to it. But the story wasn't that. The story was being told that I took $80,000 because of the piano, but it didn't go into detail. This is it. This outlines it perfectly right here. While I'm on that, I have one other thing that kind of bothered me. I tell you guys, I really don't love to get into that, but when you start on me and start making up stuff, when you throw it against the wall, like you throw Jello against the wall, ball Jello. You know how you make Jello? You make Jello, you have 2 cups of water, cold water, and 2 cups of hot water, and you make Jello. Some people might make something else with it though, but that's the way you make Jello. But reading in the paper, I probably would never call anybody out, but reading in the paper, before moving on, Moss raised one additional issue about the Colonial. He wondered how the organization that had been shut down since March 2020 could accumulate $287,556 in reserve. I knew when I saw that figure, I said, that rings a bell to me. I said, it's not reserve, but that rings a bell. So I went and pulled the 2020 budget. Guess what's on our budget for 2020? Guess what the expense and the revenue was? What was in the paper? That we had accumulated $287,856. You know what that means to people when they read that? The Colonial is taking money, accumulating money, and putting it in their pocket. That's what that means when you read it in the paper. I have talked to some CPAs and accountants about that. They said they never heard of such a thing. So when you look at the expense, talking about 2020, what do you use it for? When you look at Dominion Power, where we budget for expense, $17,000 we budget for. That's expense just on Dominion Power. When you look at you look at bookkeeping, you look at the shows that we have to get in here, the pro shows. You look at 13,000. You look at cat shows to get the rights to it. There's a lot that goes into that. There is a lot. When you look at the revenues that we get, the town of South Hill, I still say that's our penny tax. It says it on a piece of paper that you got. That's our penny tax. But when you look at, we get grants, and they have been cut back. Richmond had cut back. We get VC grants. We get Virginia Art grants, which has been cut back. So this was cut back. We make our budget, we're on a calendar year. We make our budget in November and December. So some of this changed when China closed us down. So when you look at the we had cat donations. One gentleman that gives us a very nice, Mr. Solari. We have cat shows revenue that on this one, we put in $40,000. But does that mean I'm going to get $40,000? We don't know how many people are going to come. We don't know whether it's going to snow or not during the winter time. And people are going to come. When they come to the tribute bands, when we put down, I try to budget this conservative. We don't know whether they're going to come or not. Does that affect this? Yes, it affects this. But we accumulated $287,000. So there's a lot goes in there and a lot of time spent, but our year works off of the calendar year. I know it was mentioned about would they be willing to take the money in July? Well, we always take it in July, all of it. But also it was mentioned, can they take the other half in December? Hey, that's just a blow to our gut when you say that. I mean, how are we going to operate? I know the people in the other room, I'll soon be finished. But it irritates me when people throw Jell-O against the wall, round Jell-O balls. The more I learn about Jell-O, the more I am finding out. But when they throw stuff against the wall, guess what? When the public sees this, they don't know any difference. Colonia's bad. They're taking $80,000. They're accumulating $287,000. You just heard it. There's nothing to it. There's nothing to it. I'm not going to get into, because y'all acting nice. I'm not good, but I did have something to get into the way some of the councilmen. I had people tell me, I can't wait for Monday, not this Monday night, but other Monday nights. Can't wait to get my popcorn and sit down and watch this the tape being taped here, because they are crazy. And people are saying that. Guess what if you had an industry coming in here looking to come here, and they see this, all this hollering and shouting going on? Are you kidding me? I spent 28 years in that mayor's chair. I spent 6 years before that as a councilman, 34 years. I can ask this lady, I can ask this gentleman, I can ask that lady, I can ask this gentleman. In 28 years of mayor, did I ever have an ounce of problem? Did I hear something? They're shaking their head no, because I didn't. We brought in industry, we brought in retail business, and I don't know what y'all have brought in yet. Somebody said, well, they brought in Microsoft. I'm all for Microsoft. Truthfully, I am. But Microsoft is coming to some industrial parks that I was a part of bringing here. So I told the person, I said, they did bring in, Microsoft did come here, but I said, guess what? It would never be here if it's not for the person right here. There's a thing called the Roanoke River Service Authority. And they used, they're the second one that uses the number of gallons behind the town of South Hill. And if they get all this going, they might move ahead. They would have never, ever come. I'm glad they did if it was not for that water authority that I worked on as hard as I did with this project right here. Did I apply for some grants while we were over there for the theaters? Sure did. It's the SBA or the Shutter Venue Operating Grant. And it was a joke. It was about the theaters. They have them for restaurants, they have them for theaters, they have it for different things. But trying to solve or read the thing that's talking about theater is almost impossible. Because guess what? The Shutter Venue operation, because of the technical glitches forced by the SBA to shut down the portal with no word on when they're going to open it back up for grants. They shut it down. And this is what some of the theaters across America are saying, that they don't even have sufficient staff there. Theaters are reminded of Charlie Brown running to kick the football only to have Lucy to snatch it away at the last minute. That's what theaters across America are talking about, trying to get along from them. Guys, I will tell you, there's two things. There's a bucket of water and there's a bucket of gas. Use a bucket of water. Because when you throw a bucket of gas on stuff that's arguing and stuff going on, all that does is make it flare up. Use a bucket of water. Use water. Get away from gas. I still like that Jell-O though. There's just something about it though. There's something about it. It'll keep coming. And and again, I'm on this part and I'm going to bring it up. I did read some of the paper, and when they were talking about the fire department, you know, when the first thing somebody says, well, let's lawyer up. Let's get a lawyer. When one get a lawyer, then another get a lawyer. Why don't you pray to Jesus? Why don't you pray about things instead of lawyering up? Anybody ever thought about that? I reckon that's one thing. I'm proud to be a Christian. I'm proud to be born again. Has anybody ever noticed the marquee, what I have on the marquee over there right now, the word? Anybody? Anybody seen the marquee over there? It's been up before Christmas. You seen it? What does it say? What's the word?
America.
Says what?
I saw America.
That was before. I did this before Christmas. There's a reason. The word in the middle there is I am. Anybody know who I am is?
Jesus.
Anybody know who I am is?
Jesus.
That's Jesus.
Yep.
That's Jesus. That's God. That's Jesus. That's the Holy Spirit. God whispered to me, and he said, I'm with you always. God whispered to me again about the Colonial Theater, and he said, carry on. I would ask y'all before you start throwing things around that you study and ask. You know, I don't know why. I mean, people can talk to me easily. I'll be glad to talk with you and trying to work things out. You'd be better to talk with each other and trying to work things out. But that Colonial Theater, ever when that next meeting is with the CDA, thank you, sir, is very important, because a positive vote for that means it will be a nonprofit, and I welcome that. I work for that. I'm welcoming that. A 501c3, which will be very beneficial. I asked y'all for your support on that. God bless you.
Mr. Horn, excuse me, I have one comment. Since I was addressed, I believe you're referencing the article that was in the Mecklenburg Sun, and that was a misquote.
Well, it was?
Yes, sir.
Well, no, that's enough. I don't,
No.
because you know what?
Wait a
Why
minute,
didn't you call them back then and tell them about it right then?
The report, I did do that.
It's not in the, it's not
Stop.
been shown in the paper.
You can ask the news reporter. It is a tape.
Which one?
No, we're not gonna move on yet.
Excuse me, this is for public input, Mr. Mayor. If you want Goblin down, give it to Mr. Moody and he will. This is for public input, sir.
Okay.
This is exactly what Mr. Horn is talking about.
I stated in a tape recorded, will you let me finish?
Thank you.
I stated in a tape recorded meeting that they accumulated expenses, not reserves. It was done in the Mecklenburg Sun. I was misquoted. It's a tape recorded meeting. The reporter is here and has acknowledged to me that I was misquoted in the paper. That's a huge difference.
Madam Clerk, who's our next speaker?
And just for the record, so our citizens know, because I wasn't made aware of this because I'm new on council, several people that had asked me about, some of my constituents about coming to speak this evening, I told them 3 minutes. And he's almost been up there an hour. Now, again, if we're gonna spend an hour with every person up here, we're gonna be till 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. So, I mean, again, is that the way it was advertised, that they were gonna have carte blanche to speak as long as they wanted to?
That is normally, we do not have a time limit on public hearings. When you open a public hearing, there is no time
Do we
limit.
make the public aware of that with this meeting, with this public hearing?
That is the way that it is for all public hearings.
Is that policy?
Yeah, that's the way it is for all public
Is that
hearings.
policy?
There is no time limit on public hearings.
Is that policy?
I can tell you that there's no time limit on public
I'm not
hearings.
asking Ms. Scratcher, but I'm saying, is that policy?
I don't know.
Because again, I told my constituents that it was 3 minutes.
For citizens to address, under the citizens to address.
We should have
council.
made that clear tonight before this public hearing.
Okay, next speaker.
Next on the list is Bill Solari.
Since I've been inoculated, can I take this off, please? Sure.
Normally speaking, you would speak to the mayor and not me.
Thank you. Well, since you were the clerk of the session.
Right,
Good evening, everyone. My name is Bill Solari. I can give you a little bit of background on this theater, but what is most important to me is that you understand how it all came about. Where Earl has given you the building. I'm with the theater, okay? I'm not with the building. I don't have anything to do with running the Colonial. The Colonial Theater, or CATS, began in my dining room in July of 2010. Doug Wright, Deborah Wright, Dr. Kathy Palmer, my wife Sylvia and I sat around our dining room table. And the reason that happened was because in May of that year, I had talked to Earl, Mayor Horn, about the Colonial, that you're going to have this theater. And I was at the time working with the Lakeland Theater over in Littleton. And my idea was to bring shows from there up. Earl said, no, I want you to help me start a community theater here. And my quick answer was, I don't have that kind of experience. You know, I'm an investments person. I spent time in the theater, but I don't know this. But I do know two people who are lifelong theater rats, if you'll call them, Doug and Deborah, over at Littleton and Lakeland. And so the five of us sat around our dining room table, had lunch, and created CATS. Deborah was actually the one that came up with the Colonial Actors Theater Society name, so we could have a CATS logo. And what we did at that time, we had this beautiful building, greatly restored building. We had no actors, we had no costumes, we had no sets, we had no props, music. We had a building. We had a blank sheet of paper. And with that, we decided we would do this. We would create the Colonial Actors Theater Society. And that's what we did. We decided that the first 5 shows, what we would do, 4 shows, I'm sorry, would be Joseph, An Amazing Technicolor Dreamcoat, and then we would do a Broadway music review. The 3rd show was going to be the best Christmas pageant ever. And then we were going to do that Elvis takeoff, Bye Bye Birdie. And then by then we thought things would start to roll and we'd get going. So we started this in July of 2010. And we knew that it was going to take anywhere from 9 to 10 months to get this thing up and running. And so we couldn't project. We did project our first show, Joseph, An Amazing Technicolor Dreamcoat, would be in May of 2011, and that's what we did. And the rest is history. Now, we got a lot of support from Kim Callis at the time, from the town, because we were starting with nothing. We were very fortunate to have this relationship with Lakeland so that they allowed us to borrow costumes. They even loaned us a bunch of their actors for the first few shows because we didn't have anybody. I mean, people came, but it was very, very few that actually came out at first. And I don't think they really knew what we were going to do or the quality. And I would ask any of you that have been to one of our shows, tell me if you don't think you haven't been surprised at what quality shows we do. But remember, this is not a 9 to 5 job. Doug and Lauren aren't there just from 9 to 5. Those rehearsals, when we do something like The Sound of Music, start 8 weeks in advance of the show. Now, not everybody's there every night. Gavin's the only one of y'all that's been in one show there. And even
16, not 1.
no, I said in a show. Well, I didn't mean 1. I mean in a show. One in any show. The rest of y'all haven't. So you don't know, and even he doesn't really experience the whole thing, because normally he was a lead, and the way Doug does it, you only come on certain nights until you get to the end when you put the show together. But that's tiring, very, very tiring and long hours for just for the love of the theater. Now, any business that's going to come in here, and you business know as me, the three things they're going to want to know: what's your health care, what's your education, and what entertainment, what arts do you offer? You've got the crown jewel right there. Nobody else around here has anything to touch it. Even Lakeland, with all the money they're going to spend now with their deep pocket backer over there, will have a hard time replicating the beauty and the facility we have, especially with the upgrades we put in with lights and sound the last few years. But all of this is really nice for the businesses, for the business that comes in, for people that come in to see shows, and the restaurants and shopping. That's nice. For the businessmen, I see Chris back here. He's one of the supporters. Emmett Williams, Floyd Honda, Charlie Parker. All these businesses have supported us over the years, help defray some of the costs, because when we do a show, you have to get the rights to do the show. And we're talking thousands of dollars to get the rights, plus cost and everything. It's an expensive item. But these people have stepped up and helped us do these shows. And it's good. We get some publicity, but they also get the good feeling in the community. It's also very, very good when you look at some of the adults that are involved. You've been involved in a number of shows. It's been a good experience, great voice. He's been able to display that on stage. We've had comedies. People who don't have the ability to sing have been able to act and do great jobs for it. So it adds for the adults. But you can throw all that out. Throw it all out. Because the real importance of this theater is for your children, the youth of this community. The workshops that we do for free, the other things that they do. But here's the key, and this is why I'm in it. I don't live here. You know, it's a 60-mile round trip for me to come up here to do these shows. And when we're rehearsing, I'm up here 4 or 5 nights a week and weekends. And the reason I do it is because I see the difference it makes for these young people. It absolutely does. They learn discipline. They learn to work teamwork. They learn how to learn their lines. They learn how to take direction from the director, Doug, on when to be in what place and what to do when they're there. They may have to work with people they don't really particularly care about, but they have to learn to work together as a team. But the most important thing for every one of these children is the self-esteem they get to be able to stand up in front of a group of people like you and talk to you and do their job and do their acting and get that self-confidence that the rest of their lives, if they never set foot on a stage again, it will make a difference in their lives. That's what this theater is about. I can't tell you enough. And you cannot find people like Doug Wright or Lauren Epps laying around on the shelf just waiting to be hired. They're not available. If they're good, they're taken. We've got these people. We have to keep these people. Doug has an incredible talent, ability to find people. Look at Elizabeth Black. Elizabeth was in our very first show, and I'm going to be brief. I'm going to stop in a minute. Elizabeth was in our very second show as the Littlest Angel, third show, Best Christmas Pageant ever. Less than 5 years old. Greg Thrift had to bring her out in front of the choir, if any of y'all saw that show. She was our Littlest Angel. Look at her now. An accomplished young lady, can sing in front of people, talk in front of people. Hostess now over here at 313. Elizabeth Black, a great example. Look at Sophie. Sophie Crowder was in our first show, Joseph and the Amazing Technicolor Dreamcoat. Look what she's become. And she's just getting started. But that theater gave her that confidence to do these things. And that's the difference. Claire Walker, Nick Collins, Hunter Fowler. I can go on and name names for quite a while, but you get the idea of this is where this theater makes such a difference. And if you don't have this continuation of this theater, you're hurting the town that I've come to love very much. This theater makes so much difference to the community in so many ways, but most especially for the young people. So please take that to heart when you're making these decisions. We've done 10 years. I'm damn proud of every bit of it. I've been in most of the shows, thankfully backstage, because I can't sing like you, and I act very poorly, but I can run a show. And I love doing that, and I love working with these young people. And I'm so anxious to get this thing going again. Please make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Doug Wright?
I promise that I won't talk as long as Earl Hohen or our beloved Bill, as we call him, sweet old Bill. But anyway, my name's Doug Wright. For those of you who might think I'm an outsider, I'm not. Everybody, you know where the winery is? You know where Rehoboth Methodist Church is? I got grandmothers, great-grandmothers, grandfathers, great-uncles, everything. I'm kin to about everybody in South Hill. And Lauren is too. Lauren's ancestry on the mother's side goes all the way back to the brother of the royal governor of Virginia. And she's got family in the area, and we do too. So I'm not an outsider. And I'm not as good looking as Gavin, but I try to be. But folks, I've been involved in theater most of my life. And in theaters and with all that I've been to over the years, theater cannot survive without a community support. We need to be supported. The humanities, art, music, and ideas. I've seen these kids, and some of them are sitting in this room waiting to talk to you, get on stage and do amazing things. And I love it. And these kids come from the high school, they come from the middle school, and all. You're going to hear from my Lewis Angels, been on stage since, she was so small, Greg Thrift had to carry on in the last thing. And I'm going to tell you, if you don't support these kids, because they're our future of theater, and the town needs to support the Colonial. And when we get to be a 501 nonprofit, it's still going to need your report, because theaters I've done stuff at, you look at Rocky Mountain. I did Tank Theater, for those of you back when I had hair. And I'm going to tell you, they were supported. I dated the costumer there because I was single at the time, and she got $50 a day from the town to do costumes. $50 a day. And that was way back when, like I said, I had hair. And you can relate with that with me. But folks, all jokes aside, these kids need this theater. I've seen them do amazing stuff. Amazing stuff. And you're about to get ready to hear from one, because I'm going to shut up and get out of here. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your trouble. God bless every one of you for what you do. Thank you. Especially you, Anna.
Thanks for coming, Doug.
Thank you. Next is Sophie. I'm sorry. Sophie Crowder.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Sophie Crowder, and on behalf of my sister and I, as members of the Colonial Actor Theater Society, I'm here tonight to voice our support for an institution that has greatly benefited young people like me in our beloved community. I respectfully ask the Town Council to please continue its support of the Colonial Theater and its mission to bring incredible opportunities to our town through the performing arts. As some of you may know, the Colonial Theater has always been a special place for my family and I. As one of the oldest residents of this town, Our family has a special connection to the Colonial Theater, supporting it in any way we can, even way back to its vaudeville theater days. My beloved great-uncle, the late Dr. Charles Crowder, worked at the Old Colonial Theater as an usher when he was a teenager. My grandfather, Jimmy Crowder Sr., and my other great-uncle, the late historian Max Crowder, has always been patrons and have their own share of memories of the theater's long-standing presence in our town. As always, they were fond memories that helped define the cultural lineage of our community. When the Colonial reopened in 2011, it was my turn to carry on the family legacy of being a part of our town's most historical landmark. At the age of 5, I was the youngest performer in the very first production of the newly renovated theater with Joseph and the Amazing Technicolor Dreamcoat. This became not only my first public performance of any kind, it became the first of many, as I have participated in many succeeding shows year after year, honing my artistic abilities as well as developing my confidence in public speaking, which proved instrumental in many of my extracurricular endeavors. I've always credited my theater training in preparing me for the speaking opportunities in which I have proudly represented our town, the state of Virginia, and even the United States in prestigious speaking engagements. I strongly believe that the theater has provided me with valuable opportunities for self-growth, as well as in being part of the bigger picture, because that's what community theater does. It brings people to work together to create something incredible. Aside from my own involvement, my family has always been a constant fixture in Colonial productions and events, backstage, front stage, upstage. Seeing the important contributions of theater to our small town and its impact especially on young people, my parents were among the earliest volunteers helping with anything, with my mother volunteering to work the front office during its early days and help develop the youth program, Links, to foster the love of theater arts among the kids in our community. My sister Ava and I share our fondest memories of our favorite performances in the Colonial's production of Annie and The Sound of Music, along with council member, the talented Mr. Honeycutt. Our town and surrounding area should take great pride in the beautiful and historic facility as it brings a new vibe and energy to South Hill. With the ongoing challenges of the pandemic, we all know how tough it is for small businesses and facilities to thrive at this time. This includes the Colonial Theater. It has always been destined to be demolished, once until the town came together and rescued the gem. I hope we can come together again and find a way to keep its doors open for many generations to come. I know I speak for both the young and old alike, who have benefited from the value that this cultural landmark has added to our town. Thus, I ask once again for the Town Council to continue to do what they can to support our Colonial Theater. Thank you and have a good evening.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for coming.
Jim Simpson. You're next. You are next.
Thank you very much. It's good to be here, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. I happen to be, my name is Jim Simpson, and I happen to be the token senior citizen that Earl was talking about a while ago, those that are over 80. And I have had it was a wonderful experience for me to be able to be participating in the music reviews that they have at the Colonial Theater. I just want to tell you what the Colonial Theater means to me and why. I have sung all my life. I have sung 50 plus years with a Southern Gospel quartet traveling up and down the states adjoining us down through Florida and in that area over the years. It has been a very rewarding experience for me, spreading the word of God through song. It ended for me about 9 years ago. I developed a medical problem that required me to come off the road. And I was well over 70 years old at the time, and I thought, it's just nothing with this. I can handle it very well, because at my age, I should be gracefully retiring anyway. I retired, and it didn't work out very well for me. It was just like any of the bad habits we have that we try to stop cold turkey. It didn't work for me. It messed up my life. I was more than a little bit depressed and very unhappy. And then I had the opportunity to audition for a music review here. It was a suggestion to start off with. There was encouragement after that, and there was a little pressure after that. But I accepted it. I didn't think I would like it at all, because it was music I had never sung before, styles I had never tried before, but I tried it, and it was one of the greatest experiences in my life. As a matter of fact, the following years that I did several of the music reviews, I refer that to, in my life, the icing on the cake, because it was a wonderful experience for me. I was so impressed with, first of all, the facility. Let me tell you, you have something there. That is something that the towns in the South Central Virginia and down North Carolina would love to have. They're very envious of that, if it's used, but it's got to be used. But I was also impressed with the management of it and the vision that they had for what they wanted to do. And I was very impressed with the people that I worked with, the talented people that were performing there with me. I loved to work with them. They were very, we came very close. The director, I can't say enough about him. I thought I have also been impressed with the people of South Hill, that I have met so many of the people of South Hill through the performances at that theater. And I have to say that I have made so many good friends, very good friends, in the past few years in this area, both in the theater and in the town. And there are some of those friends that at this point, they have become, I love them like my family, really. They are I'm so close to them and appreciate what they have done for me. I feel like that there is a possibility that there are others out there like me that need that little spur from something like that in their life. And that's what I think the colonial theater can do for them as well. So I would really respectfully ask that you consider continuing the funding for the theater, because it means so much to a lot of people and to me. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for coming. Mr. Mayor, can I ask just for clarity, because is there any question period with this or no? Okay, that's what I need to know. Thank you.
It won't take long. My name is Millie Bracy, and I'm here to ask council to fund the $175,000 request made by the Colonial Center for their expenses. I have many wonderful memories of the old Colonial Theater. Many early dates with my long-time boyfriend were to attend a movie at the Colonial Theater.
I also remember taking metal clothes hangers to Mr. Jim Skipper's cleaning business to sell for a few pennies, be able to buy a 25-cent ticket for a movie at the Colonial Theater. Now that's for the 80-plus people. There's no park at that time, no really good tennis courts, and we certainly didn't have the Centennial Park as it is today. The Colonial Center is a tremendous asset and a drawing card to our town. It has provided income to the town establishments from individuals and from families that have come to South Hill for entertainment at the Colonial Center and have also visited our town shops, restaurants, and gas stations and so forth. The citizens of this town and from many other places have contributed donations, money, and in-kind services to this outstanding facility, and they have worked very hard to make it a success. This past year, 2020, was certainly a very difficult one for the Colonial Center, and yet it still had many expenses. In about, I guess, 2008 or so, I personally talked with many friends and with people from out of town and sent them information asking them to make donations to the Colonial Center. Some of them did so, I think most did, and their support have certainly helped to make the Colonial Center a success. In my over 25 years on town council and the Budget and Finance Committee, former Mayor Holman kept the Budget and Finance Committee as well as the entire council informed about the progress of this particular project. And the past councils at that time supported this project 100%. I truly believe the requested funding of $175,000 by the Colonial Center should be a part of the South Hill town budget. Ladies and gentlemen, do your duty and support this requested funding. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Racer.
Mr. Crowley?
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Jimmy Crowder, and I'm going to come to you from a different perspective with the Colonial Center. My association with the Colonial Center goes back all the way to 1941. I was 3 years old. For those of you who tried to do the math, I'm 82. My two brothers took me to a movie at the Colonial Theater on Sunday, December the 7th, 1941. I was 3. Can't believe I remember what I'm about to tell you vividly. Halfway through the movie, I don't remember the movie, it stopped, the house lights came on, and the then manager, Chris Gohagan, came out and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, I remember this at 3 years old. How many of you remember anything at 3? Happened right over there." Said, "The Japanese have just bombed Pearl Harbor, and I think we should all go home." I have personally watched on that stage over the years as a child, Roy Rogers, Dale Evans, Trigger, all on the stage at the same time. Some of you don't even know who I'm talking about when I say Gabby Hayes, Lash LaRue. That place is a mecca. It's part of my soul. And these speakers before me have laid it all out. It doesn't need to be repeated. I can amplify that we're lucky to have Doug Wright. I deserve some of the credit for Doug's talent. He lives directly across the street from me, and I have taught him a lot about drama. But I also have great respect for the leadership in this room, and I deplore you come together and let's work this out. I remember the words of former Mayor Earl Horn so well when he told me one time, "Jimmy, I'm talking to industries, trying to get them to come in and so forth, so on, and telling them the wonderful attributes of South Hill. And they asked me what do you offer in the way of arts? And I go in great detail and say, well, we're halfway between Richmond and Raleigh. They've got symphony orchestras, ballet, anything one would want. No, we mean, what do you have in South Hill? And he said it was so frustrating to me. It's paying off, folks. It is an asset, and I implore you, let's get together and work it out. Thank you, good night.
Thank you.
Mr. Crowder. Next is Brian Siegel. Brian. Okay.
Members of council, I am probably the person here with the least tenure in town, unlike our last speaker with the greatest tenure in town. But in my 6 years here, one of the most exciting things as an outsider coming here is the Colonial. I think it's one of South Hill's greatest assets. And so many people are involved in productions, not just those on the stage. I mean, you've even heard from those who are backstage. The free workshops for children, the free workshops for the adults in the community, one of the only art gallery venues for local artists. As anybody working with school budgets and budgets in general knows, there's proven research that arts improve the lives of all, especially those involved in making it happen. Unfortunately, arts are one of the things cut first in funding. Doesn't make any sense. There are precious few opportunities in our area for young people outside of sports or outside of school band. If you're not a band kid or not a sports kid, there's not much else. The theater is one of those. I have watched young people grow and mature through their work in the theater. And you've already heard there's no venue quite like it anywhere close. Everything else in the region is poorly equipped for stage production and not well equipped for music either. Many groups use it, many more could easily. I mean, we have one of the best ball facilities in the region right down the road, right? We are on the way to one of the best schools in the region. And we have one of the best theaters in the region as well. And these all make our community better. Makes it more attractive. Makes people coming for business more likely to come here. Makes their people who come for those businesses live in our community instead of coming in from outside because there's things to do. Theater raises the value of living in the town. Gives affordable entertainment options without having to drive a long distance to do so. That affordability would not be possible without the financial support of the town. Theater just can't, I mean, it's not big bucks business. And in reality, it never has operated without some sort of dependence on the town since day one. So whatever the problem is, we need to fix it. The problem's structural, fix the structure. A nonprofit's on the way, right? And that's coming. So fix the structure. If it's procedural, deal with that. But let's not take funding that it needs to survive. So I encourage you to continue or to support the budget request for the theater. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Brian. We have Elizabeth Black.
Good evening. My name is Elizabeth Black, and I'm an 8th grader at Parkview Middle School.
I watched my first show at the Colonial Theater when I was just 3 years old and performed for the first time on that stage at age 4. The theater means the world to me. It's been a part of my family my whole life. It began when I was the littlest angel in the best Christmas pageant ever, and I was lifted up by Greg Thrift to put me in the front of the angel choir. Mr. Solari still calls me his littlest angel. I've continued to grow up in theater, and I was a happy-faced girl in Bye Bye Birdie and convinced the audience that I was really crying on stage. Right then and there, I knew that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to act. The theater has strengthened my confidence to speak in front of others, not only on stage, but at school and at church. It has also pushed me to try new things. I even convinced my mom, of all people, to join our theater family. It is hard to pick a favorite show, but I loved being in The King and I, Charlotte's Web, Annie, and The Wizard of Oz. 2 years ago, as a 6th grader, I was casted as Dorothy. I had to learn all of my lines, my cues, the songs, and dances, and have lots of grit. I never quit. I persevered through everything and had an amazing production of The Wizard of Oz. It was tough to play Dorothy with an almost complete adult cast, but what the theater has taught me is that with patience, hard work, dedication, and love, you can do anything you set your mind to. When the theater goes dark and a show has closed its curtain for the final time, the actors are sad to see that it's over. You see, we become a family during a show. We cry when the time is up, and we wait patiently for the next show to be together again. That's what CATS is, the Colonial Theater family, and I'm proud to be a part of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for coming, Elizabeth.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, I'm Michael Carter, born and raised here, 54 years now. I thought I'd had all the fun I could ever have in my life. I wrestled professionally for 10 years, traveled up and down the road. Got the chance to work with many of the people that I grew up idolizing. I wasn't never anything, but I was a lot more than anybody ever thought I'd be. I was a lot more than I thought I'd ever be. And I thought I had fun. I thought that was the best my life was ever gonna get. And when it goes away and you age out of something, it's like Jim said, it's hard to let go. And then I found 2011, pulled into something, had no clue I'd ever give a darn about, want to do, or would be good at. I grew up in church singing with my family. Love to sing, love to try to sing. I got bit by that bug on that stage. 3 years ago, I got to do something that I'd been dreaming of since I was 10 years old, 5 probably. And it was the greatest satisfaction to my soul that I have ever known and that I will ever know, other than becoming a grandfather. Hopefully 5 times here in the next month. 2 boys on the way. I'm asking you to please don't give up on your community, because that's what you're elected. It's not personal vendettas. It's not because you don't like somebody or their ways or who did what and why. This is your community. People voted you in spots to protect it. Look out for it. I stopped watching the news about a year and 3 months ago because every time I turned it on, it made me sick to my stomach. People fighting and arguing and bickering, sowing hate. I don't watch the news anymore. And I'm scared I'm not going to want to pick up a newspaper if I keep reading it. In my town, 54 years here, born, raised here, love this place. Love the people in this place. They have raised me. My own mom and daddy didn't want me. My community raised me. And I've been proud of it, up until now. You fund this theater. It's hope for these children. And if you got it in your heart, maybe you can go buy one of these t-shirts. Try to convince yourself up. Because I do love South Hill. And I hope and pray that you all do as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks for coming, Mike.
Eric? Eric Shortside. There you go.
There you go.
What do you mean I got it right?
Mayor, distinguished council, women and men, I come as a citizen of the town of South Hill, as a performer at the theater. My daughter, I've had the privilege of being in plays with her since she was 10 years old. The very first Christmas play they put on, she was an angel. I played a fireman with Mike Carter running across the stage. And I can go on and tell you about the great times that we've had and what it's meant to my daughter, where she's at UVA right now, acting in Russian plays, speaking and learning Russian. She's volunteered to act in plays, speaking a totally different language. And her professors are amazed that not only can she act, but she can sing and all these things. And it's all because of the Colonial. But I urge you, I'm going to take a whole different avenue that I want you to think about. Funding the Colonial Theater is not something totally unique to the town of South Hill. The city of Hopewell funds the Beacon Theater. It is run by a private LLC that does all the shows in there. But the city of Hopewell funds the deficits that they cannot meet. The city of Durham, North Carolina, funds through meal taxes the DPAC. What shows do they put on there? We all have, if you have satellite TV, we all get Raleigh News, right? You know what's going on there. Broadway shows. Through our Colonial Theater, we've hosted Broadway shows. Sound of Music. Okay? The King and I. Given exposure to people here in this community that very rarely leave this community, but they are exposed to cultural events besides the television. So in asking for this funding request, we're not asking for something that's out of the blue. It's been done in the past. It's been repeated here throughout the night of how the council has done it in the years previously, but it's being done in other communities because of the value that theater and the arts bring to a community. Because as people say, this is a business decision. It's not personal. It's a business decision. Where would South Hill be without new businesses? We're in desperate need of new restaurants, right? Where do theater people go after a show but to a restaurant to wind down and to celebrate and relax and talk about how great that show was or how bad it was? Okay? So I urge you, it's not a personal thing. It's a business thing. And history shows that communities that support their local theater get it back tenfold. There's a city in Colorado that bought up vacant buildings and sold them to artists for $1. The community invested $3 million doing this. And within 5 years, they were generating over $35 million worth of tax revenue. That's a fact. That's not fantasy. And there's a whole lot of other instances like that. Roanoke, Virginia, and so on. You can find these things. You can Google them. You got to search a little bit, but you can find them. Because I found this just in the short time that I read the newspaper article about this. Again, come to it as a business decision. The short and investment of $175,000 is going to repay this town tenfold. Tenfold. Easily. So I urge you to consider a yes approval on the budget consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for coming.
Yep.
Next is Cal Fleshwood.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman, thank y'all for having me here. Last time I spoke to the council of South Hill was 1983. They didn't listen to a thing I said. And you know, thank goodness that they didn't, though. It turned out good for me, so I could say a lot of things, all right? And I know everybody's ready to go home, you understand? So I would say everything Bill Seeley said. You know, the arts, the culture, what it does for the kids, backstage, set design, I don't think anyone mentioned it. You know, lighting, camps. But I just want to, you know, my granddaughters came through, one on stage, one backstage. My son-in-law is active in it, Scott, y'all all know him. My daughter, Chris, came out of her shell. She's shy and has starred in a couple of shows. And finally, they got me in. And it was fun. It is a family atmosphere. But my first show was recently. It was The Wizard of Oz. And I got to watch, there was a lot of kids there in The Wizard of Oz, so I got to watch them. And I watched the social interaction between these children, and I watched them change over a period of several weeks. So the first show, when we went to Munchkin Land, and it was the little ones singing, they had 6 of us, including me. They were desperate, I guess, but in there, singing background that no one knew about, but it was louder because it was coming from them. They didn't know it. Well, by the last show, the sound messed up for us and we couldn't hear the music, so we couldn't sing with them. And guess what? No one knew the difference. Because you know why? Because they had built self-esteem and confidence. And that's what it's all about. Someone stuck this stick on me. I thought it was crazy. Save the Colonial. That's but the dumbest thing I've ever seen. It's no question what you have to do. We all have to do it. It's no question. You know, if everybody does the right thing, just do the right thing. Thank you. Hey, no one ever say I was the shortest speaker ever. Thanks. Who would have thought it, huh? Thank y'all.
Thank you, Cal. Stephen? Stephen Barron.
Hi, council members. My name is Stephen Barry.
You can, if you like, you can lower your mask.
My name is Stephen Barry. I haven't been doing the Colonial for too long, but it has a deep and personal meaning to me. I'm sorry if I get emotional. There was a time where I had some personal issues with myself going on, and if not for the Colonial and Douglas Wright, who was my mentor and my best friend, I would not have been able to get myself out of the emotional hole I was in. So I beg you to keep this open. And a former actor from the Colonial named Jordan Stroud has asked me to come and read a piece for him. And it says, despite being born and raised here, I never felt like I belonged anywhere in South Hill until the Colonial. That first show sparked an interest that led to studying theater in college, acting, and technological roles, and eventually directing. Friends, colleagues, jobs, and experiences I would not have had without the Colonial. It is no secret that the theater is generally seen as an upper-class luxury, especially when people hear the word theater. They tend to equate it to Broadway, but it's so much more than that. There's quality in New York, and there's quality in Ohio, and in Georgia, Tennessee, Massachusetts, Alabama, and there's quality here in Virginia. Theater should not be confined to big cities when it is needed just as much, if not more, in places like South Hill. A community theater should not be a place of competition, but collaboration, and not a space of isolation, but of safety. A place where young people are given a chance to freely express themselves, something that might not get anywhere else. I have learned more practical skills working in theater than other occupations: carpentry, time management, leadership skills, even emotional responsibility. Theater is such a melting pot of skills and ideals that it pushes you to be as well-rounded as possible. Shutting this theater down would be a big mistake and a harsh blow to the already small artistic world of South Hill. If this theater can inspire even one person to better themselves, then it's worth keeping on. I could not have agreed more with them. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Have a nice
Thank you
day.
for coming.
Thank you. Missy? She's not here. I'm asking. Is Kathy Long here? Kathy's here.
Can I just use this?
Whichever one you prefer.
It don't matter.
This is better.
Good evening. I'll be quick. I'm a resident of Halifax County. My sister moved here a few years ago, and so I wanted to come to speak because my niece performs at the Colonial Center. So I'm a constant visitor because I come here all the time. And I think the Colonial plays a huge part in attracting tourists, diverse talent, and brings about innovation and grows the economy for South Hill and Mecklenburg County. From citizens, individual artists, cultural organizations, to businesses and government leaderships, everybody benefits from the arts. Individuals benefit from art on both physiological and psychological levels. With art as a form of expression and release, instances of depression and stress are significantly reduced. Exposure to creative endeavors makes people more open and tolerant of other people's views and opinions. The interactions and social bonds made through art can increase the community's social capital. Art attracts tourists and also different types of creative talent to the area. Creating diversity can directly impact entrepreneurs and startups coming to the area. A thriving art center in the community serves as the community's cultural hub. It helps preserve the region's cultural heritage and identity by making it accessible to the locals and tourists alike. The vitality of art encourages the youth to pursue creative endeavors. The Colonial opens the door to knowledge and ideas, cultural, and enjoyment. To defund the Colonial would be a huge disservice to South Hill and Mecklenburg County. And how I see the Colonial impact South Hill and Mecklenburg County, it reflects the community's values, it brings people together, it creates a sense of belonging, improves social well-being, drives economic development, creates a sense of pride, increases business, documents community history, helps us to understand others' points of views, encourages expression, brings in tourism, promotes diversity of culture, helps to build personal and professional relationships, tells the story of the community members and leaders, is inspired by the community, and reflects the community's back. Encourages community activity, gives something to share with others, educates us and informs us on issues, and last but definitely not least, it entertains and brings joy to the community.
Thank you.
Next is Missy Turner.
Hello, everybody. Hello. First and foremost, I want to begin with a little food for thought. God gives each and every one of us a talent for us to use, and that talent can build us and also bring out who we are as individuals. That is what the Colonial Center also stands for. What the Colonial Center means to me, it's my second home. It's been my second home since 2010. It's full of love and dedication. We are all family, great for the community, brings people from all over the community, from either Texas, Washington, New York, and so on. It's a source of community pride. It's a historical landmark and centerpiece for our community, and the list goes on. As a lifelong citizen of this community, an employee of the Colonial Center, I can go on about what it has done for me since 2010-2011, but I will keep this simple. I've learned a lot about this, sorry. I've learned I've learned a lot, not just the arts, but how much it takes to make this place run how it's supposed to be. Because without support inside or outside the community with donations, grants, etc., we wouldn't be able to do our workshops, shows, provide a venue for multiple events. It's more than putting on a show. It's costumes, lights, maintenance, equipment, heating and air, supplies, props. Again, the list goes on and on. I am one of the faces of the Colonial Center, and your continued support for the Colonial Center is necessary to keep this part of history alive and running. Thank you, and God bless.
Thanks for coming, Miss.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members, and fellow citizens. I would like to talk to you this evening about the Colonial Theater, its history, and its future. And I'm also glad that I'm not following Jimmy Keith. The inception of the Colonial Theater was based on community interest. Prior to the development of the present Colonial Theater, there was a perception by many people, including some town leaders, that the theater was not salvageable or could not support the performing arts. However, another group of citizens thought the theater could be saved and would support the arts. Because of this interest in saving the theater, in 2011, a group of citizens interested in preserving the now Colonial Theater met in the South Hill Town Office and formed a committee, the committee being the Colonial Theater Committee. This committee had the vision to understand the value of having a community theater in the town of South Hill. So we walked the streets of South Hill to gain over 300 signatures. I personally spoke at the town council meeting asking to eradicate some undesirable activities taking place in the adjoining alleyway and presented our petition. Mr. Horn, our mayor at the time, was surprised at how many people had signed the petition and asked for the list of names. I gave it to him, so I have no record of proof of this endeavor. The Montgomery family at the time was interested in selling the Colonial Theater. Most of the South Hill Theater Committee had had no prior experience in fundraising, so I asked the Lyons and Associates, a professional fundraising corporation, to come and speak to our committee. Mr. Lyons did this free of charge, as they had helped CMH with the start of their foundation in 1992. As a result of Mr. Lyons' talk that evening, we had one citizen pledge $30,000. And the next day, we had a match of another $30,000. The balance of funds were raised by the committee members, asking business owners and other citizens for a minimum of a $500 donation. Many gave more. Some gave less. One lady on the street gave me $10 and wouldn't even tell me her name. They were so interested in saving the theater. Unfortunately, some of these donors still have not been recognized on the donor wall to this date. On April 4th, 2001, the Montgomery sale of the theater was satisfied. The appropriate paperwork was given to Mr. Randolph Jones of the South Hill Community Development Association by the South Hill Colonial Theater Committee in a committee meeting. Now, I have given you this brief history of the Colonial Theater because, as a founder, a fundraiser, and a donor. I wish to emphasize the original formation and the present existence of the Colonial Theater was based on the interest of the South Hill community. And that very interest is as intense today as ever in the past. The Colonial Theater, owned and under the guidance of the South Hill Community Development Association, is the pride of downtown South Hill. Its citizens purchased the original structure, witnessed its preservation and renovation, and have strongly supported the numerous programs offered by the theater. However, now we need reassurance that this interest by the community is equally matched by the organizations that own and operate the Colonial Theater. We ask for transparency in the financial sector of the theater, so we have assurances of its survival in the future for our community. We understand through the media that questions relating to ownership, financial support, and contracting for the theater have occurred. Straightforward answers are needed now. The Colonial Theater has offered us plenty of mystery, drama, plays, musicals, but you, the town council, must offer us answers and reassurances to these very important questions that are being raised, and help restore the faith and trust in this organization for the citizens of South Hill. We need this theater desperately. I helped raise the money for this theater. I want it to continue, and I want us to know what's going on in the theater, a profit and loss statement, something to help us know that this is going to work going forward. We need this theater. As a previous physician recruiter for this area, it's very important to have this theater here, just as we need our schools and our playgrounds, our parks. But the theater is so important. Please, I ask that you consider continuing the budget for the theater.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for coming.
Karen?
Yes.
State your name, please, for them.
Karen Terry. Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm Karen Terry, and I'm one of the inside faces of the Colonial Theater.
You're welcome to lower your mouth
Oh,
if you'd like to speak.
I am one of the inside faces of the Colonial Theater. And I just want to give a personal little story to start out with how I came to the Colonial. I was called by the Chase City Art League, and they said they had an extra wall in the theater, and would I care to become a part of the exhibit? And I said yes, and I bought my artwork there, and I put it up, and the first person I met was Lauren. And Doug took me on a tour of the theater, and I'm like, I found Broadway. You know, I just felt it was beautiful, and I wanted to become a part of the theater. I was working somewhere else. I was working in Richmond, and I was working in administration in a doctor's office. And I wanted to be a part of the Colonial. I came back and I brought her my resume, and I said, well, for whenever you're hiring, please consider me to look at my resume. Well, I went to work about 3 weeks later, and I saw that I had a missed phone call. And I went into the ladies' room, and there was the Colonial telephone number. And I called her back, and she said, are you interested in coming in and interviewing? And I said, yes. And I did the interview, and I believe it was like another 4 weeks, and I was sitting at work again. And she called me, and she said, are you still interested in working at the Colonial? And I know I did things not by protocol. I left out of that bathroom again that I had snuck in to do that phone call. And I packed my stuff, and I said, I gotta go. And I sung Broadway tunes all the way down 85, and I cannot sing. And that was 5 years ago. And that was the best thing that has happened for me since moving to Virginia from New York. I worked front office, and they put more and more responsibility on me, and that was wonderful. We've done the workshops, and they put me in charge of some of the workshops and the galleries. And actually, our gallery booked from 2 years out, that we have artists waiting to exhibit. And we have artists as far away as Norfolk and Raleigh who have come in. And the excitement that you hear when being an artist, I don't know if some of you are artists, but being an artist, one of the greatest compliments you can get is someone to call you and say, we would like to show your work. And that's a wonderful thing. About 3 years ago, after a show, a lady was exiting the theater, and she said, this theater is a bright, shining star in this county. And she said, for the surrounding counties. She's right. But the real shining stars are the looks on the children's faces when we have school day. And we grant children the opportunity that may never get a chance to see a live show or a live production. The look on their faces, it's like, I want to do this. Can I do this? And I had one little girl that said, I want to do this. And I said, well, you tell your mommy to call the Colonial Theater. She did, and she got part in one of our productions. The next children's production, she did. Adults with our paint workshops. They come in, I can't do this. I'm a try. And we turn I can'ts into, look what I've done. And some of those workshops, they come, have never missed a workshop after that. We have all kinds of work, from vocal to pumpkin carving. All of us in the theater, me, Doug, Missy, Lauren, we all wear many hats to make the inside work for the outside. And I just like to say, we turn the impossible to possible with our productions. And I know they went through it. It is hard work, troubleshooting, you know, trying to solve problems, and it all comes out in the end. It comes out to a beautiful production. I just want to say one thing. During a workshop, and I'm going to close, I had a lady come to me, and she said, it was after the workshop, adult paint workshop, and she said, you know, my daughter wanted to major in art in college, and I fought her tooth and nail. And she said, it wasn't until after this workshop that I get it, and I understand. And she said, I'm not going to fight her anymore. She said, because I got a chance to step out and experience and just the creativity in myself. She said something that she never thought she would do. So let's not turn the light out. Allow us to remain that bright and shining star in the community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming.
And next is Shalita Bateman. Thank you.
Good evening. Good evening. My name is Shalita Bateman, and I honestly was not going to say anything at all. I just wanted to listen and hear everyone else's stories, but I decided to stand up on behalf of myself and my son, who's back there. He's 14, because we are outsiders. My family and I are not from here. We're from the Chesapeake area, and I've been homeschooling him since he was in the 2nd grade. Extremely intelligent kid, and well, he's always been called quirky or weird. And so when we came here, there wasn't a whole lot to do for kids. Let's just be honest. There's nothing here to do for the kids. And so when a friend of mine from our church that I met, she said, hey, let me take your kid to the theater. And I said, oh, my kid's not going to do that because he's quiet and he doesn't bother anybody and he keeps to himself. Well, he went to the workshop and he did the 2 weeks. And at the end, I went as a parent, not knowing what he was doing. And I watched him shine on the stage. My quiet son sung songs and danced on the stage. My mother and I sat there and we cried because we did not know that all of that came out of that kid. And he has been involved in almost every single program that there has been at the theater because he's found a place where he belongs. He's found family. And not only just him, I myself have found other moms that I talk to and associate with, and we all do things together. My son is involved in the Links program, the drama club, and even though the theater has been closed, they have still been getting together online and doing activities and things together because they absolutely love each other. The theater has bought all of that for these children. And in an area like this where there's not a whole lot to do, they need that. They need that positivity. And Doug has been that shining light for these kids. And I'm thankful that we were able to be a part of all of those things. So I ask as a parent that you do take the time to think about everything that needs to be done. Yes, I understand the business. I understand the finances of everything, but it's really about the kids. If you take away the funding for the theater and there's no theater, then what else more are they going to do? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hello again. I don't think I introduced myself last time. My name's Perry Templin, and I reside at 296 Betty Lane, right before the sewage road. And back in 2010, my wife and I decided, we moved down here permanently last year now from Pennsylvania. In 2010, we were going to retire between Georgetown and Rehoboth or Lewis, between Lewis and Rehoboth, between Georgetown and Lewis in Delaware. We had a property there. And it was just so crazy, the traffic. My buddies just bought down Martinsville and Bassett. He said, come on down 58, pick any place out. He said, you'll love it in Virginia. Well, we started, and we did. We checked into Franklin, we checked into Port, we checked into all the ways down through and all the way South Boston. We kept coming back to South Hill for three main reasons. Three. One, the overall hospitality that my wife and I received as we walked down the streets of South Hill. Two, the amphitheater. Well, at the time you were having it at the town square, or the music. And the third reason was the wonderful Colonial Theater. We went in there, and I ran lighting and sound for 15 years for an Alpha Omega group, a theater arts group up in ran main spotlight beside the lighting sound up in Pennsylvania, and I ran this stage crew of the Dana Boone High School for 5 years. And the first performance that my wife and I saw down at the Colonial Theater, and it was called The Homecoming. I walked in there, and when we walked out, I said to my wife, I said, you realize there is nothing more than we ever would have had if we went to New York City tonight and saw a full Broadway musical. You have a jewel of a theater here. God, don't let it go. God, don't let it go. Because I'm telling you, it's just unbelievable. Because we went to, with the theater groups, we went to New York and saw all the Company and Avita and all the ones that we did. And my God, you walk in the Colonial, it feels like I'm stepping off a plane. And I kid Jimmy Martin. When I call Jimmy Martin up on Trader, I say, what's shaking bacon? I said, I kid Jimmy Martin. I said, Jimmy, I said, I'm getting on a plane this weekend. I'm going up to Broadway. I'm going to see a big Broadway musical. But you know, really all I'm going to do is go about 1.5 miles in my car and go to the Colonial Theater. Because that's what we have here. We have Broadway here in our little town of South Hill. So God's sakes, please, have a heart. Keep that jewel shining in our town of South Hill. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Temple. Thank you.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak on the proposed budget for fiscal year 21-22?
Marion, council members. I come to you tonight for my 24 years as a resident of South Hill.
If you'd like to lower your mask, that's fine.
I have been a resident of South Hill for 24 years. This is the first time I've come to you tonight. And I hope you understand that's how strong that I feel about the events that have taken place and why I'm here. Obviously, I'm following a great group of people that have gone through and given their comments in regards to the theater. And I want you to know, first off, I am not opposed to the theater in any way, shape, or form. Never have been. Have been to shows, have enjoyed all of them that are there. But one of your speakers prior to made a comment that it's business. Another one said you needed to fix it. And even in a meeting a couple weeks ago at the fire department, your town council, the town manager said in reference to the fire chief, there's white, there's black, and there's gray. And he said you can't operate in the gray. The issue that I want to question is, and why I'm here, from the meeting that was through the budget, it was made apparent in that article that the Colonial was not going to provide you financial statements. It's a business. Is there any other organization that you provide funds to for anything that is not for services or for a product that you do not get financial statements for? Even your own facade improvement program that you had in 2020, you requested copies of the documentation of what was done after that was provided. I want to rebut one more thing, and this is for the people that support the theater. Again, I support it, but I've got to rebut Mr. Horn. He talked about he didn't apply for any of the new grants and stuff that's through COVID. Through the COVID process, based off of the numbers that were provided to the town as to what the salaries were and so forth. If he had applied for the PPP loan, very simple loan. In my business, I helped quite a few businesses do that. If it was $113,400 in salaries, that's $23,625 that effectively he left on the table. He did not get for your theater. PPP round 2, you had to show that 1 quarter you had reduced income of 25% over the previous year, 2020 versus 2019. They definitely would qualify. That's another $23,655 of money from the SBA left on the table. You've got idle loans, you had SBA loans, you had a Rebuild Virginia grant for $100,000. If you had staff that was available that could have gone in and tried to get those funds, why not? Would be the question I have. And then it was referenced the Shuttered Venue Grant. Shuttered Venue Grant just came out and became where you could start applying for that last week. For everybody that's out there, what that means, if you applied for that grant and get that grant, 45% of your 2019 gross revenues, not profit, gross revenues. How much money is that? Well, honestly, we don't know because we haven't been provided a profit and loss statement. One question I've got, we talked about that we're going to go ahead and unwind and change it to a non-for-profit. I've helped fill out Form 1023s where you get your 501c3 status. They are available to the public once they have been presented. If this organization is getting its 501c3, it's been in existence more than 5 years. Article 9 or Section 9 of the Form 1023 requires 5 years of financial statements of profit and loss. If that, my understanding when I spoke with Councilman Graham was that the hope was that it would be in place by the end of 2022. If that were the case, that would be 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021, once this year is complete. Financial statements will be available for anybody to see. Why do they not want you to see those now? That is my main reason that I'm standing here. Again, there's black, there's white, there's gray. It's a whole lot of gray. I thought of this a while ago when I made a decision I was coming. And it's meant for a couple people in here. Some I know have a baseball background. As an umpire, you call balls and strikes. But you've got to see the pitch first to be able to call that ball a strike. As an educator, you've got to let the child take the test before you can grade the exam. Why won't they show you the financial statements? That is the only reason that I'm here talking to you tonight. That is one question that you definitely do need to ask. If they're going to be good stewards for the money that they're going to receive, there's a lot of money that they have left on the table. Why is it just because they're going to get it from the town of South Hill? Why did they not try that? Again, I'm not opposed to the theater. I love it. There's a reason that it needs to be, but as he said, it's business. Fix the problem. Answer that question why. You've got until June 30 before this budget has to be in place. You have time to get that done.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak on the budget?
And I signed up to speak, and it wasn't going to speak on the
Well,
budget. But
some people ask to speak under the Citizens to Address Council.
Okay.
That's coming after this. This is the budget public hearing.
Well, now that I've seen the budget, I would like to speak about the budget.
Well,
And I threw away my notes because I'm gonna change the whole thing up. And I appreciate Michael Carter putting this up here because some of the things I've heard tonight has talked about discord and all that kind of stuff. And what I've seen from this town in the last couple of years is a lot of people working together. I think discord is not the right word. The right word to use is ask questions. There's nothing wrong with asking questions. It's good to ask questions, and we shouldn't finger point and throw stuff up against the wall and say, why you want to do it. I don't think I've heard anybody that says, shut down the Colonial. Everybody in here, if you ask them, do you want the Colonial Theater open? They're going to say yes. It's not going to be any other way about that. So I'm not sure how the Colonial got involved with the funding part of it, because the way I understand it, the Colonial is funded through the CDA, and the town funds the CDA. So it's really not up to town council to fund the theater, it's up to the CDA. Maybe, I don't know. Okay. So, but anyway, I'm coming to you guys, the Shops of South Hill asked me, because I'm the president of the Shops of South Hill, to come to you guys and speak at the meeting. We had put in a funding request, and we talked a lot of things, but we want to let you guys know what we did in the last year. In the last year, right now, we've got the Hometown Heroes going on. And what the Hometown Heroes promotion is we want to hear stories of what people went through with the pandemic. We want to hear good stories. We want to hear things that happened, whether it was a nurse that couldn't see the kids, that had to quarantine from the kids, or whether it was a teacher that had to do virtual and teaching class and stuff. We want to recognize those stories because people have done so much. So our Hometown for Heroes program is going to be, we give a bag if they come up with a story, and when we get done, we're going to present the best story. So it's something that we're doing good for the community. It's a way of for us giving back. We also did the crossword promotion where we had people coming to the stores. We put signs up. We had Sass and Sawdust make us signs, and we had over 250 people that filled out the crossword puzzles. They went to all our businesses. They came in and participated. So the shops, when I saw the funding thing that we were, $10,000 this year, I knew what we had put forth for requests. And I just wanted you guys to know that we had asked for the same funding or a little bit more this year. And we want to let you guys know that we're here to help you. We want to work with you. Our job is to market all the time. When you run an independent business, you're a marketing person. I see a sofa on my floor, and I have to figure out a way to sell it. I have to figure out some way for it to go. So we're always thinking about ways to market our community. The Colonial Theater is a great marketing tool for our area. It's no question about it. The new school. I mean, we have so many good things going on. So I just wanted to let you guys know, don't give up on us, because we can do great things for the community. And so I appreciate your attention on that. And actually, also one other thing I want to say. I want to thank you guys for trying to do everything y'all could during the pandemic to make businesses survive and also to help the local community. I mean, you know, the water thing, that was it helped people. And you participated in the Mecklenburg County gift card, that helped the businesses so much. So you guys need a slap on the back. I know we've seen a lot of finger pointing and stuff, but we got a lot of good things coming in this community, and we just got to move forward. And everybody has faith in you guys to do the right thing. But don't be afraid to ask questions. You need to be able to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Robert.
I only have about 30 minutes, so. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, residents of South Hill. You know, as a resident of South Hill, business owner, former South Hill Chamber of Commerce president, current South Hill Chamber board member, South Hill Community Development board member, a member of Shops of South Hill, I'd just like to share my thoughts about the Colonial Theater. So I want to be on record saying that we believe in the Colonial Theater. I believe in the Colonial Theater. I believe in what it stands for. We've heard numerous stories tonight about the Colonial and kind of probably brought some tears to some people's eyes. I believe in what it stands for. I appreciate all involved with the Colonial, including Lauren Epps, Doug Wright, all the volunteers, all the staff. It's a vital part of our community, and it's going to continue to be in the future for our youth and for our entertainment. I've even been in a show, you may have heard of it, the Nutcracker, where I saw a small glimpse of what goes into a show. And if you haven't been in a show, it is amazingly all the things that go on behind the scenes. It's very, very, very tough, and I appreciate everything that they do and how it's going to impact our community today and moving forward. You know, however, we do expect transparency around how the LLCs were organized, funded, from the requesting of the financials that have not been released. We do expect that they're clear and transparent with any town funds, and for the request of the town funds moving forward. We all want to move forward toward the future, as it looks very, very bright. I think we all see what's to come, but we want to make sure we're moving towards that future for our town and our community. But we do expect that clarity and that transparency. So we urge you to look deep into that and make sure that we're all on the same page moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeremy.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak about the budget? Okay, seeing that there are none, we will close the public hearing. At this time, one other bit of information, we just learned late Friday, Carol has been working on, HR manager Carol Hutchinson has been working on health insurance. And we have learned late Friday that we will hopefully have some type of reduction in our health insurance premium than what's in the budget. It is not confirmed, but we are hoping for that. So that is one adjustment that we would likely need to make to this budget, but it would go down. Normally at this time, we would entertain a motion to place the proposed FY 21-22 budget rates and fees on the June council meeting agenda for adoption and appropriation. We can still do that. If we need to meet with the Budget and Finance Committee between now and then, we can certainly do that as well.
Question.
Yes, sir.
The way the budget is now presented with the public hearing, if the council has any desire to change the budget as it's proposed now, will we have to have another public hearing to do that?
If you're not going to increase the budget,
We're not going to increase.
if you're not going to increase the overall budget, we do not need to have another public hearing. What I would suggest, though, is that at the June meeting, if council sees that there is going to be an increase in the budget, we would definitely need another public hearing. If we're not going to increase the budget, we would still want to go over what changed at the June meeting.
Okay, so if we have any changes, we don't have to have, and be sure this is clear, if we have any changes at all in the current proposed budget, as long as it is not an increase, we do not have to have another public hearing. It can be handled by the council.
That's right.
Okay.
But we would want to explain those things that changed.
Yes, okay.
We're not asking the taxpayers to pay 1 penny more.
Okay. Right. I want to be sure.
So, but if we're gonna move $1 here to $1 here, we would want to explain that.
Yes, of course, okay.
And I would suggest we do the motion to put it on the agenda for adoption and appropriation, because if we need to change something and the budget goes up, we can have the public hearing at the June meeting and do it all at once.
What, I'm sorry, Mr. Callis, what motion, I'm sorry?
Just a motion to place the proposed FY 21-22 budget rates and fees on the June council meeting agenda for adoption and appropriation.
Does that include the whole budget? You keep saying rates and fees, is that?
That includes everything. That's part of the budget, the rates and the fees. We did not change. The only thing we went up on was the water rates for the above 50,000. We didn't go up on any fees or taxes.
I mean, does that include the funding for the chamber, the
Yes.
colonial? Okay, so that's what I'm asking.
Yes, yes. Those amounts for the chamber and the colonial and other things can change. As long as the budget doesn't increase overall, we would explain what the changes were.
I would like to ask that the Budget and Finance Committee meet again after listening to all of the citizens. Let me rephrase that. After listening to the taxpayers of this community, pros and cons, that we revisit the situation as a committee and report back to the council.
Is that a motion? And you can make this motion to place it on the agenda and still do just that.
Then I would make the motion that the current FY 21-22 proposed budget be placed on the agenda for the June council meeting.
So we have a motion.
I'll second. Nobody made a motion. I mean, I just made that motion.
All right, we have a second.
Second.
Okay.
So
Any discussion?
discussion, so we can go back, and I'm asking in the public, and I'm asking Mr. Taylor, he's the chairman, can the Budget and Finance Committee meet about the information that was shared here this
Sure, I see no
evening?
reason why not, Mr. Moody.
I would certainly think, I would hope so, yes.
We can come up with a date
Okay.
prior to the next.
We will do it soon. We'll try to get it scheduled very soon.
Any other
We
discussion?
need to get the insurance information tweaked anyway, and we don't have it finalized, so.
Any other discussion, council? Roll call, Anna?
I have a question. I know I'm supposed to speak a minute ago.
No, the public hearing is closed. We have a motion and a second. You can ask it after they vote on it.
All right, everybody else can talk as long as they want.
I know, but we have a motion on the floor right now.
1 second, Mr. Taylor. Hang on one
We have a
second.
motion and a second.
Yeah.
If you
I've
want,
asked for a roll call from Anna.
yeah, and then we can let him speak.
I've heard the discussion. Okay, I'm unclear. I just want to be clear. I'm new at this. I'm new. So what we're voting on is the budget just like we see it. Is that your motion?
Correct, as we see it right now, as the public hearing was held.
But at that time, if we go back and our committee meets, and, I mean, we would still be able to, again, as long as we didn't increase the budget, we can tweak the budget as a council as a
My
whole.
understanding is.
Yes.
My understanding is, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Taylor, we can tweak the budget as long as the council, as we do not increase the budget.
As I understand it, that's correct, yes, sir.
Then we can go back and approve it or disapprove it in June.
So, in a nutshell, the Budget and Finance Committee gets back together. We have the insurance information. We go over it. If there's anything else that we want to tweak, we can do that. All right? We will send it back to council. If that budget goes up at all, we have to have a public hearing at the June meeting. Okay? If the budget does not go up, we do not need to have the public hearing, but we would still do the presentation that says this changed, this changed, this changed. And then council would vote on whether they want to adopt and appropriate the funds.
When is the last day we have to approve the budget?
June 30th. It's
Okay.
got to be appropriate, the money has to be appropriated before July 1 or we have to close down. We can't
Okay.
even open the door.
That's what I need to know.
So,
I guess, Mr. Councilman Moody, I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying. Is, from hearing from many of my constituents this evening, again, this is not about shutting the Colonial Theater down. I hate that people have got that perception because it's really sad. But this is about the funding, and when asked to provide financials and so forth, we were told we would not be given that information.
well, that's,
That was in a committee that was advertised.
yeah, but that's,
Just called it with a notice bond. I can't support it like it is. I can't support it like it is.
I don't think there'll be any issue with having a Budget and Finance Committee meeting before, very soon.
I agree.
So we have a motion, we have a second, and a roll call.
Bacon Spoon?
Yes.
Graham?
Yes.
Honeycutt?
No.
Lester?
Yes.
Moody?
Yes.
Moss?
No.
Ben Taylor?
Yes.
And Joseph Taylor?
Yes. Okay, and Mr. Hayes wanted to make a comment.
I don't, I've seen enough from my own side. We're good.
No, we have to do it in the right
Oh, I
order.
know, I just can't believe that y'all would vote on something. As a business person, if they won't give you financials, I just can't even believe you would even make a motion to pass it along without somebody bringing financials. And I love the Columbia, or any other business. But I just can't believe you do that, and if you're gonna do that, then you should go back to the original, when they raised the money, the taxes on us, on food tax, then they're exactly right. This town owes them that 1% of the total food tax, because you were gonna lift it in 16 when the Colonial was paid, and it wasn't lifted. So the money should go to the Colonial, to fund them, just give them over, and no financials, nothing. I just, from an outsider, uneducated person, business person, I just can't even believe that this has went this far without some financials. Why was it even brought here tonight without financials? So, that's my opinion, but I don't know anything. Y'all roll on.
Okay, all right, so next on the agenda is citizens to address council. And I think there's one person, see, he is, I think a couple were signed up, but they spoke during the budget, and I think we have one person.
I must say, it's the first meeting I've ever been to that I've lasted both of my hearing aids. For those of you who don't know me, I am Vernon Oakley Jr. I look around this room and I'm trying to see, my family moved to South Hill in November of 1948. I was 4 years old. Anybody in here born in 1948 or before? So, being that I am the oldest person here, I'm going to take an opportunity to speak on behalf of the citizens of this town in a fatherly manner. When I read the newspaper, and maybe I ought to take my phone out and record what I'm having to say so I don't get misquoted.
That's right.
When I read the newspaper and see entities of the town bringing their squabbles before the town, the first thought that I have is my grandchildren in the backyard. he did it too. No, you did it first. That's not the way you do business. That's not the way the fire department should do business, the council should do business, or any other town entity. You discuss your matters there, and you have the appropriate person come to the appropriate person and present your concerns, whatever they may be, and you work it out from there. We don't do this in an open forum. And I have struggled not to be angry. I have been very disappointed. And so with that, I would implore you, to everyone look around and remember, we all walk on the shoulders of those who came before us. Not a one of us started the town, the fire department, our mayor. When we had mayors, many mayors before, I always called Earl Horn Mr. Mayor. You know, New York had Giuliani, we had Earl. So, you know, it was Mr. Mayor. And, you know, a lot of what he's had to say tonight has been repeated across town, and it does not need to come from any place that can be traced back to the town, from any office, whether it's from the council, from the town manager, who, by the way, is one of the best town managers we've ever had. So do what you got to do to keep it. Now, the Colonial, I didn't think there was any question about the Colonial being funded. But if it is, address it, because we really do need that. I can't sing, I can't dance, and you see that right there, I can't even operate a saw. So I'm no good with any of that. But I do go, and I do enjoy it. So let's grow up. Let's be men and women. Let's be adults. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for coming, Mr. Oakley. Thank you for coming.
Are there any other citizens?
Do you want to ask that, Mr. Meyer?
Yeah, is there any other citizens to address council? That's all that was on my list.
I just have one item for council in addition to what's in the rest of the packet to be addressed or approved. At the direction of council, our staff, Sheila and I, have been working with several people to transition the Colonial Center LLC to a nonprofit organization. Dan Gecker is the attorney who worked with another attorney in Richmond, and they worked with former Mayor Earl Horn to form the Colonial Center LLC. And they are working with the McGuire Woods Law Firm to dissolve the LLC and to form the nonprofit organization. Robin Jones and Kim Jackson of Cradle Jones and Associates are also involved. Kim Jackson does the CDA audit, and Robin Jones does the books now for the Colonial. Okay, so in order to transition the LLC to a nonprofit, the CDA has to do two things. And keep in mind that the council does fund the CDA. The CDA owns the Colonial Center building. But the CDA has to do two things. They have to adopt a motion to forgive the remaining balance of a secured credit line note on the CDA's balance sheet. And what that note is it represents some of the costs of renovating the Colonial Center. You heard Earl Horn talk about some of the funding that he got and the general obligation bond from the town, and all of it had added up to $4 million and change. So you can't have two organizations have the same assets on their balance sheet. They needed to be on the Colonial Center's balance sheet to get the tax advantages, with the CDA on the building, so they had to show an asset too, and that was the note. So that note is on the CDA's balance sheet. The CDA has not given one dime to the Colonial other than what has come through this council and goes to the CDA's funding each year, okay? Or the grants that have come through to the CDA. But The CDA has not given any of its own money to the Colonial, so that note is an accounting mechanism to achieve tax advantages. And this motion has been reviewed by the attorneys, and it reads, as part of the steps involved in dissolving the Colonial Center LLC and forming a nonprofit organization to continue the Colonial Center's mission to provide a venue and opportunities for people of all ages and backgrounds to experience and participate in a variety of arts and entertainment activities, and as neither the town of South Hill nor the South Hill CDA have any outstanding debt related to the Colonial Center LLC, I move to forgive the remaining balance of the secured credit line note as amended and dated September 30th, 2008 between the CDA and the Colonial Center. So the CDA has to adopt that motion. The second thing to make it happen is right now there's a 40-year lease between the CDA and the Colonial Center, and that lease is for $100 a year plus a percentage of the revenues over $250,000 in ticket sales. So for the Colonial Center to be over there for the long term, they will need a lease from the CDA, which owns the building. And that lease should spell out that the nonprofit, you know, if you're going to only pay $100 a year, the nonprofit should be responsible for the maintenance of the building. The CDA owns several other buildings. The Lake Country Advanced Knowledge Center is one. It's leased to the community college for nothing, really for $1 a year, but we never get that dollar. And the town, through the CDA, really takes care of all the maintenance over there, replacing the HVAC and that sort of thing. So the CDA does own a lot of other buildings, and they lease it to people. The Makers Market is another one. So a long-term lease with the Colonial would be part of this to transition it to a nonprofit. There's no formal action that's required by this council. But there's a motion there that's suggested so that you can make your wishes known.
Question.
Yes.
Let me think how I want to word this. I'm looking at part 2 that you said, enter a long-term lease agreement with the Colonial Center for the continued use of facility. But if they already have a 40-year lease, why does the town, and should the town even dictate to the CDA who they lease that building to?
Because you're going to have a different, you'll have, it's a 40-year lease between the LLC
Between the LLC.
and the CDA. Now, there may be some legal language that can be woven into that to just extend that lease. But for that to happen, you know, the Colonial Center needs a lease.
I think it will be between the nonprofit and the.
The lease would be between the nonprofit and the CDA, not the town.
Yeah.
And that's true, but, you know, that would be a CDA decision, not a council decision, but, you
Well,
know.
it's a CDA decision, but this council.
Excuse
funds
me,
the CDA.
excuse me. Thank you. However, the CDA is funded by the town. So, you know, why in the world would we encourage the CDA to enter a long-term lease and shackle and strap the future councils what they can do with the Colonial with a long-term lease? If our elections are every 2 years, why would we not do, and as Mr. Shursef said, it's a business decision, why would we not do a 24-month lease with a 24-month lease option to renew? And that way future councils can address issues as they come up, if any do come up. But if you enter into another 40-year lease, that poses a lot of problems for future councils and really handcuffs what can be done.
I know you may find this hard to believe, but I tend to agree with Mr. Moss on this one.
I find it hard to believe.
I'm sharing the information with you that was given to me by the attorneys.
And you know, I'm not the attorney or anything like that, but this, it looks like we are trying to set something up so far down the line that to me it doesn't make a lot of sense. But maybe I'm not reading it correctly, and somebody smarter than me can interpret it for me.
Well, that's why it doesn't say a 40-year lease here.
But there's no 40. I understand your point, but we're not obligated, we're not obligating CDA to anything. But we're suggesting language, which I think is pretty open-ended. They can tailor it, but there's no 40-year language that's required, which is encouraging. And there's no 40 years. We don't. It's up to them, but there's no 40-year language.
Okay, no 40-year, is that correct? There is no 40-year language, but they got a 40-year lease now.
It's a 40-year
With the
lease now.
LLC.
Yes, it is.
And the final part, and I'm reading the next to last paragraph, that no formal action is required by council. We don't really need to do anything right now and let the CDA and the LLC work it out and then bring it back to council. Can that be done like that?
Well, all this is saying you support the transition. I mean, you can adjust this motion any way you like.
Well,
I'm sharing with, let me finish this up.
Yes,
please.
sir.
Yeah, I'm sharing with you what was shared to me by legal counsel that said these are the things that we need to do. Now, this council does not need to take any action, but keep in mind that this council funds the operations of the CDA. So the CDA is there to do things that this council desires to do that the town council can't legally do, much like the ABC store up here, those types of things. So this council should make its wishes known, and if the CDA chooses not to do it, then that's a discussion for another day. But
For clarity, what is the amount? What is the amount? I've heard 4 million. I mean, what is the amount? It's not documented here on the note.
it's the unamortized amount was like the note was originally $4.5 million. It's like $3.8 million on the CDA's books. And it goes down, it goes down as it's amortized.
And for clarity, one question. For clarity, of that amount, is it confirmed it is to the assets of the building? What was the money there used for?
To renovate the theater.
We know that for a fact.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, I have a few questions. Yes, sir. First, I want to refer back to an email that you sent the CDA board that says, while the CDA is an independent organization with its own bylaws, except for nominal rent on a few buildings, the CDA is funded by the town council, and one of its primary roles is to facilitate community efforts approved and funded by the council. If the CDA board collectively objects to this role and purpose, then there is a very big problem. Now, that's a quote from your email. However, when you look into the CDA bylaws, and I have a copy here, under Board of Directors, it clearly states the business and affairs of the association shall be managed by its Board of Directors, which means it's not mandated by this council. It also says that no loans shall be contracted on behalf of the association, and no evidence of indebtedness shall be issued in its name unless such action shall be authorized by a resolution of the Board of Directors. Such approval and authority shall be confined to specific instances. And then the last thing that I would like to read, because I'm not sure that council is aware of all of this. This is under Article 9 under Organization. Section 1. Said corporation is organized exclusively for charitable, religious, educational, and scientific purposes, including for such purposes the making of distributions to organizations under Section 501c3 of the Internal Revenue Code. And number 2, no part of the net earnings of the corporation shall inure to the benefit of or be distributable to its members, trustees, directors, officers, or other private persons. So, with the Colonial not being a 501c3, which has been clearly proven tonight by their own admission, how are we using the CDA to fund a for-profit LLC? It is clearly, emphatically stated here tonight, no one wants to see the Colonial close. However, we are not doing things the right way. You yourself have pushed an agenda through the CDA and told us that it's our job to do the wishes of this council, when our bylaws say different.
I stand by what I said.
Okay? Now, on the secured line of credit, and I have this which you provided, the title of this document is called a secure credit line note. And I want to read a few things in here because I'm not so sure that money was not loaned because of the wording in this document. It started out at a $3 million line of credit, not a 4.5 that you just said. With interest thereon at 4.5% per annum until paid. Payment in full shall be made no later than 5 years from date of any sum advanced. I'll continue on. If suit is brought to collect this note, the note holder shall be entitled to all reasonable costs and expenses of suit, including but not limited to reasonable attorney fees. Partial or complete prepayment may be made at any time without penalty prior to demand by note holder. I continue. If the undersigned maker ceases to do business, whether by discontinuing, selling, or transferring the business, the entire principal sum in accrued interest shall be at once become due and payable without notice at the option of the holder of this note. It also gives the holder may file a UCC-1 financing statement to evidence such security interest. And then this note was increased to a maximum of $4.5 million on the 30th of September 2008. So it has not come down, it has gone up. And my questions are, if this only represents the value of the assets, this is written like a promissory note. It discusses a payback plan with interest. It discusses if suit is brought to collect. It discusses that the note would become due in its entirety. If it's just something representing the assets, it would not have this kind of language in this document. So can you explain any of that?
I can only try.
Well, try hard.
In a nutshell, those funds that Earl Horn talked about earlier, from the town's GO bond, Tobacco Commission, HUD, rural development, wherever the money came, wherever those funds came from, they went into renovating the Colonial Theater, okay? And what I said earlier was the CDA owns the building, but in order to get tax advantages of depreciation and tax credits and whatever else is out there, a tax-paying entity has to hold those assets and own those assets. So the LLC own those assets, okay? The CDA doesn't pay taxes, it's nonprofit. But the CDA owns the building, and I don't know how many thousands or 10,000s or hundreds of thousands of pages there are in the Internal Revenue Code. It's not my thing, I don't know. But the attorneys who do these things, for the Appomattox Governor's School, the Maggie Walker Governor's School, the Colonnade, Washington and Lee, set this thing up this way. And the council at the time took it on faith that it was done the right way. My reading of that is, if for some reason the CDA decided to call that note, what that means is the Colonial Center, as we know it, is going to close its doors, and then every asset over there is going to become the property of the CDA, and the Colonial Center will no longer exist.
Well, that's certainly
But
not
I'm
the
not an
language.
attorney, but that's my
That's
reading.
not the language that is in here. Now, how long have you been the president of the CDA?
I don't recall. I know that Steve Watkins was the president when all that was done.
How long have you been on the board?
Probably, I don't know, Shep, 8 or 9 years.
Okay, so a while.
Yeah.
Were you aware of what the CDA bylaws state? Did you not read it and just didn't know? Or did you know what it said about the 501c3 and you approved and did it anyway? That's just my one question. Because either you didn't read this document or you read it and you did it anyway.
I never thought about it until the last couple of years, because I've always looked at the Colonial Center as a venue that provides a service to this community.
Nobody's questioning that. Nobody's questioning that. Nobody's questioning that.
I've always looked at it that way. The council at the time, it was all done, looked at it that way. It was done through the LLC to save the taxpayers of this town a bunch more money, because if we hadn't been able to get some of those things, grants to the CDA or that went to the Colonial, which aren't available to private organizations always, then instead of borrowing $2.25 million, this council may have had to authorize $4 million, $5 million, whatever. So I took it on faith we were going about it the right way, because that's the way the attorney said it should be done.
I mean, did any other council members, were y'all, and I'm asking, it's not accusatory, were y'all aware of what the CDA bylaws state?
No, I don't. I'm not either. Mr. Mayor. And again, I want to reiterate to the citizens and whoever's watching this meeting tonight, and I want to go on record as saying, I do not want the Colonial Theater to shut down. But as Mr. Moss has stated, and Mrs. Bracy came and spoke, and several others, she was a long-time member here on council. I was visited by 2 officers from the rescue squad Friday. I have heard from the volunteer fire department. I've been contacted by the Mecklenburg-Brunswick County Regional Airport, the shops of South Hill. All of these entities that receive money from either the CDA or the town of South Hill are required to provide financials and their budgets for the year. That is the only entity since I've been on this council that has not had to prove where the money went. And when asked about that, receiving that P&L statement, the answer was because I don't have to. As a fiduciary councilman and an obligation to my citizens, might be doing my due diligence if I sat here and did not ask pertinent questions when it comes to our taxpayers' dollars. I am responsible. And when I have citizens reach out to me and ask me why is this council via the CDA or any other organization, why we are funding for-profit LLCs, I am Honeycutt Incorporated LLC, and I assure you that the town of South Hill does not provide me a check with $175,000 a year. I provide a service, I bring in tax revenue, I bring in customers from all over. This has nothing to do with the shutting down of the Colonial. This is about right and wrong, and it's about transparency. Thank you.
I have another question. And maybe the council is familiar with this document, maybe it's not. Mr. Callis, are you familiar with the memorandum of understanding that you required the Chamber of Commerce to participate in?
I'm familiar with that memorandum of understanding that was
Okay.
entered into on the advice. Kim Callis did not require
Okay.
that. That was the work of an attorney for the CDA, Mr. Butts, and an attorney for the Chamber of Commerce.
Okay. So, the Chamber develops and submits a funding request to CDA for its annual operations. Number two, CDA submits the Chamber's funding request to the town of South Hill. CDA distributes the approved funding request to the Chamber. The Chamber and CDA recognize the funding is derived from taxpayers' funds, subject to review by the town of South Hill. And this document's signed by you as president.
Yeah.
So, on one hand, you're signing a document to require funding, documentation for funding, and on the other hand, you want to rubber stamp it through. And in some people's eyes, try to somewhat use a strong arm or intimidation factor to the CDA to approve it.
That is not true, and I take exception to it.
Okay, well, now,
let me explain.
the CDA, in our last monthly meeting, we discussed the problems with the funding of a for-profit.
You did.
We voted unanimously to take their request out of our budget and send it directly to town, and if the town wanted to fund it, let town council fund it. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay. But you haven't, you keep kicking it back to the CDA. And you keep telling the CDA in email after email, I have them right here. We have a CDA board member sitting here other than myself. We have the mayor sitting here in these meetings. You have continued to try to influence the CDA into what decisions we have to make. Now that committee, loaded with fiduciary, professional fiduciaries, not only appointed fiduciaries, have 100% said we're not comfortable with the funding of a for-profit. It has nothing to do with the colonial and what it stands for. And you continue to push that.
That is not what you said. It has been all about the colonial at every step, because you've asked for a meeting to discuss the budget.
Yes, I did.
And you've always mentioned the colonial. Okay. I can only explain this, or try to explain it. We have all repeatedly heard Earl Horn say, it's private, it's private, it's private. And it is. It's an LLC. The difference between that LLC and Honeycutt LLC or Moss LLC or any LLC, the difference is a traditional retail LLC. At the end of the day, when there is profit, or at the end of the year when there is profit, the owners of that LLC are able to take those dollars and do whatever they want to with them. You can buy a boat, you can buy a home at the lake, you can buy a new car, you can do it. It's your money. It's your money. The Colonial LLC, on the other hand, it has a board of directors. And those board of directors don't get paid a dime. I ask them. At least I asked 3 of them. I didn't ask 4 of them, but I asked 3 of them. Did you get paid to be on this board of directors? And they laughed at me and said, no, I did not. So that is one difference. You heard all about what the Colonial does for this community. Repeatedly. Now, are the business LLCs good for this community? Absolutely they are. But they don't have, individually, the far-reaching effect of that Colonial Center. I said individually. They do not have the far-reaching effect of that Colonial Center. That thing has touched thousands of lives, and they do things for free.
What does that have to do with the records?
With
What
what?
does all that have to do with the records?
He's asking me
If it's
about the
so-
LLC,
if
and
it's
I'm
so
trying to.
transparent, what does it have to do with the records? Why don't we just get the records and you write them a check?
Okay.
Everybody needs to get.
All I know is I have been told that it is private because they have a private investor, and that investor wanted it to remain private.
You
I
know
don't
what
know who
would,
it is.
you know what would clear all of this up very easily? It's really not the tax returns, and it's really not a profit and loss statement, because we all know the assets can be inflated or depreciated depending on if you're trying to borrow money or not pay taxes. What would really show what is going on is to have them present us with their canceled checks. Their bank statement accounting would show what went in, what went out, and who it went to. We really don't even need the tax returns for that.
Well,
And a profit and loss statement is not gonna give us the answers that a lot of citizens are asking for.
well, once it gets transitioned to a nonprofit, all that information is there for you.
Well, I
So let's
certainly
move
understand
forward
that.
with getting
but-
it to a nonprofit status and let people ask all the questions they want, and then
Well,
they'll
wouldn't
have
it
to
be
answer.
smart to let that transition happen? Let them come back to us? We don't even know who we're funding. We don't know who's gonna be in the LLC. We don't even know the name of the LLC. Why would we not let this thing play out, get them reorganized? They come back with their business plan, their funding request, and we take a look at it then moving forward. That's a much, much smarter business plan to go into something instead of just approving a resolution that we don't have all the information on.
Well, it's a valid question.
It's a valid point. Yes,
But-
it is.
But all I know is the attorneys who are trying to form this nonprofit organization have said, we need to forgive this credit, the CDA needs to forgive this credit line note for this nonprofit to be formed.
Well,
I can only tell you what the attorneys have told me.
did you let the council know that you tried to encourage the CDA board, that you wanted us also to give them the building as part of this unwinding?
I said that had come up.
You informed council of that?
No, and I didn't encourage anything. I said that was an option.
Mr. Mayor, did you miss the meeting I was sitting in?
No, sir, I was there.
And?
What I heard is that it was an option.
Okay.
It was an option.
Yes.
It was an option. But that would be something that the CD board would have to decide upon.
Okay. Well, I'd like to make a motion that we table Agenda A until the LLC is unwound. They come back with a business plan. We know exactly who we're dealing business with. We let the CDA work out the lease, the rent, the terms. And at this point, council needs, in my opinion, to step away, let these things play out, come back with a new business plan. It's entirely too many unknowns, too many unknown factors of what we're getting into. That's my motion on the floor.
I would second the motion.
Okay, any discussion?
Yes.
Yes.
Let me catch my breath a second. That's a whole lot to take in those 2 minutes.
Let's go over again, if you would, and explain the role of the CDA as defined
Okay.
from
I
the
would like
19.
Mr. Taylor, can we let him?
Councilman Moody have the floor.
The town, and correct me if I'm wrong, anybody from council or finance, the town doesn't need, I'm saying town council, we don't need to do anything now to allow the CDA to go forward with the Colonial LLC being disbanded and them talking about a lease or their future. The council doesn't need to do anything as far as the motion is concerned, other than to give support and let the Colonial and the CDA know that we support than
That's-
talking. Is that what this is?
Yes, this motion says,
So we don't need to do anything at this point. Let the CDA and the Colonial LLC work it out. Let the CDA board work it out, and then they can bring it to the town council. Would that not be the proper way to do it?
this was here on the agenda because of all the things we've heard tonight, when people have said, fix it, fix it, fix it. And to fix it, to satisfy all these questions, the nonprofit has to be formed. And I'm told that the documents will be ready later this week, I'm hoping, so that I can send them to the CDA board. But what you have here is what I was told by attorneys who do this is what we needed to do. If council wants to see that happen, all this motion says is we endorse and support efforts to make that happen. It's not, that's all it is.
Well,
Councilman Taylor, you had something to say?
Well, once again, I was gonna ask for everybody's clarification to define the role of the CDA, which was set up in the mid-sixties. It's not appointed by council. Representatives are appointed, I believe you're on it, and you're on it. And I've never understood it because, very similar to our IDA, we don't have the mayor on that. We don't have the town manager on it. It's appointed by council. These are businessmen who make decisions with legal counsel. Right now it's Warren Matthews, and they've been doing it forever. And I've always questioned why the CDA had 2 members from chamber and a member from here and a member from here. And we're the ones who dispense the money to the CDA. I've never understood that. Same thing with the IDA. So help me with this while we're in this situation. Because I don't think you need to be on it. I don't think you need to be on it.
Well, for clarity,
I don't think council needs to be on this. I think it needs to be an independent group.
I can only answer that question with some speculation.
Okay.
And that doesn't mean this is true, it doesn't mean it's not true, it's speculation, but it was formed like you said. But there was a time when the Chamber of Commerce could not survive on its own.
Right.
And that is when, and I've heard this from Earl Horn, that is when Randolph Jones and Earl Horn and Sherwood Hart Cradle said, the CDA needs to take on the role of running the chamber. Now, is that documented anywhere? I don't know. But you hear word of mouth and things get passed on.
Right.
And so I think the role of the CDA has probably changed over time from what it was from what you read originally. So it's like any organization, things do change over time. So that's the best I can tell you based on what I've heard. I can't say I've read that anywhere.
Well, I would like to see us, when the dust settles and all this is behind us, we take a look at the CDA as far as its structure.
Make it more independent.
It would, it'd make it more independent.
Yeah, it would.
From us and you and the mayor, and let it be an independent body with the same focus, and let them have legal counsel.
It would
It
make
would
things a
cost
lot
the town
simpler.
some money, but let them have legal counsel when they meet. And I don't think that's, we do it with the IDA.
Councilman Moody?
I'm still having a difficulty with the motion, what I'm quoting, the motion is suggested. And I know we've got a motion in a second, we're still in discussion. I support the Colonial LLC and the CDA getting together to work out a new lease. I'm just not sure that we, the council, need to approve a motion for them to do so. I don't think anybody on this council, I don't mean to speak for everybody, but I think they're all going in the right direction. But why do we need to give a motion for the CDA to conduct their business?
Because the council is the one that funds the CDA.
And that will come back to us whenever they approve or disapprove whatever they do with the LLC. It will come back to the council.
It's only a suggestion.
Okay.
I mean, if this council wants things to move forward, it's a suggestion that says, folks, we're providing the funding, we'd like to see this move forward. That's all it is.
But is your interpretation that it can continue to move forward without a motion?
It can, but I think the council's voice saying we want to move this forward lends some strength to it, but if you don't want to do it, that's okay.
And again, I go back to what Mr. Moody is saying, and I'm not speaking for Councilman Moody. But again, and this has been prior, we talk, governance practices, and, continuing ed on how that works. And I get back to the part of all the other entities that have got to provide financial information in order to receive funding, and that has not happened. Show us the books, show us where the money went, and I don't think anybody on this council would have a problem funding the Colonial Theater.
And again, the only thing that I can reply to that I have repeatedly heard is it's a private LLC and the investor wanted it to stay that way. And I think they're trying to honor that. And that's all I can say. I can only explain it. I can only tell you that because that's what I have heard the same things that you have. And I know that if I want to invest in something, I personally am going to want it private. I don't want the public to know it. And that is the only take I have on this. So,
Mr. Mayor,
I understand where people say.
it's also a few things in the lease that I'm not sure, the current lease, that I'm not sure council members are aware of, and I think you should be aware of. And this lease was provided by Mr. Callis. It is for a 40-year term. It started back in 2009. It's for $100 a year. I don't even know if they've ever paid rent. I don't know. I'm not saying that they haven't. I'm saying I don't know. But it says, payment of percentage rent is to be accompanied by a certificate executed by an authorized officer of tenant certifying the gross receipts for the calendar year. Upon receipt of the percentage rent and certificate, landlord may request such supporting documentation as it determines is reasonable under the circumstances, and landlord's sole discretion to verify the amount of tenant's gross receipts. Failure to provide the supporting documentation within 1 month is a default. I don't know if that's ever been required. I don't know if it's ever been requested, but it does say failure to provide supporting documentation within 1 month is a default. It says the landlord has no obligation of any sort to make any repairs to the property or maintain the property. I know that we have done that through the CDA, through the years. It says tenant shall not remove furniture, fixtures, and property from the leased premises without first obtaining the consent of landlord. I do not know, only because Mayor Horn brought up the piano. I don't know if that could have been considered furniture, fixtures, and property. But they did it.
But on that note, real quick, Mayor, come here in. That is in the CDA bylaws. Oh, that's not in the CDA, that's in the lease. And I have requested minutes showing where the CDA approved the sale of that piano. And they have no record that Mayor Horn ever brought it to them. And they were to approve anything sold out of that building. And it was never approved by the CDA.
It also says, I'll continue one more paragraph, failure of tenant to perform any of the terms, conditions, or covenants of this lease agreement, including but not limited to not paying percentage rent, not providing documentation to landlord on percentage rent when requested, and failing to maintain the lease premise. They would be in default. So I don't know if the council was aware of that language in this lease. If you have not seen this lease, I would encourage you to get one. It's not about funding the Colonial. It is about setting this up properly to protect our taxpayers' dollars. It's about setting it up properly to make sure that it can be successful for many, many years to come. but it's also about being transparent. You talk about investing and you want to remain anonymous. It's a little hard to do that when you're doing it with taxpayers' dollars.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
And
We need the motion repeated.
yes, I was just getting ready to request that, Anna. Can you please, because my CDA motion was misstated, I've requested to have that corrected at our next meeting.
Bear with me.
This line of credit needs to be looked into. We need a complete independent audit and investigation of what's going on so we can fix it moving forward.
It was to table until, would come back with a business plan and let the CDA work out the lease, rent, and terms.
Okay, so basically what I am saying, I am making the motion that we do not take any action on this agenda, which, by the way, did not just pop up on the agenda. This was presented by the town manager. It just did not magically appear. So I am making the motion that we table this and to further notice that more information can provide it to the CDA, that can provide it to this council.
I second the motion.
Okay, any discussion? Roll call, Anna?
Fagan Spoon? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Graham?
Yes.
Honeycutt?
Yes.
Lester?
Yes.
Moody?
Yes.
Moss?
Yes.
Ben Taylor?
No.
And Joseph Taylor.
No.
Okay.
I have 3 requests for appropriations this evening. The town has been awarded a body-worn camera program grant from the Virginia Department of Criminal Justice Services in the amount of $2,500. The town will receive $1,250 in grant funds and must provide an equal local match. We will utilize funds in our current budget to provide the match. These funds will be used to cover the cost of storage of body-worn camera video. I ask that you appropriate the grant funds for this purpose.
I make the motion that we approve the funding request as presented by our CFO.
Second. Discussion? All those in favor, say
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Okay. Next to appropriation of funds, the town has received additional funds from the Virginia Department of Criminal Justice Services in the amount of $13,448 for the purposes of attracting and retaining the most qualified local police department sworn personnel and support the cost associated with criminal justice reform. I ask that you appropriate these funds for this purpose.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
And the last appropriation. The town annually receives funds from, it was considered aid to localities funds from the Virginia Department of Fire Programs for use by the fire department. This year, we received $1,627 more than was included in the FY21 general fund budget. So I ask that you appropriate these additional funds for use by the fire department.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank you.
Okay, council, in your packet was the reports to be approved as presented. Do I have a motion for approval?
Is that A through G?
Yes, sir.
Mayor Marion, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, it's A through G, yes, sir.
Okay, so I make a motion that we approve the reports as presented.
Okay. Second. Okay, any discussion?
Thank y'all for coming. Thank you for coming.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay.
Thank you for coming.
Any committee reports?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. The Fire Department Committee met with the Southfield Volunteer Fire Department Board. With their attorney and the 2 newspapers were there also, and to hear their concerns, but no action were taken at that time. But at this time, I would like to yield it to Mr. Callis for the follow-up meeting that they had.
We did have a follow-up meeting on that Friday, And the way it was a productive meeting, I think. And the two attorneys that were there were going to talk more and come back to us with some dates to meet again and some recommendations.
Okay. And I'm just asking for clarity, sir. When was the date? When do you expect follow-up? Do you have any idea?
Well, we just met this past Friday, and they were going to meet this week, and today is
Okay.
Monday, so hopefully we'll hear something this week, but they did not indicate when.
Okay, all right, thank you. Any other committee meetings? Okay. Any old business? Any new business? Okay, council, I would entertain a motion to convene in closed session to discuss the following as permitted by Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711. A personnel matter involving fire department employment and a legal matter involving the real estate tax sale. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
I'm working.
While in closed session, there was no action taken. We only discussed personnel and legal matters. I would entertain a motion to certify this.
Second.
Roll call, Anna?
Bacon Spoon?
Yes.
Graham?
Yes.
Honeycutt?
Yes.
Lester?
Yes.
Moody? Moss?
Yes.
Ben Taylor?
Yes.
And Joseph Taylor.
Okay. Any further discussions, council?
I have one thing. A lot has been said here tonight, and I've listened to a lot, and I think that people thought in coming to this council seat that I was going to not ask questions that needed to be asked, because again, that has happened for many years. But I just want to remind the citizens that we have another election coming up in November of 22. And in order to make some real changes, I would implore them to think really hard when they go to the ballot box to vote next election. Because again, I want nothing but transparency for this town. I want things to be factual and true. That's all I want. Thank you.
Anything else, council?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to encourage this council to invite Missy York back down at our, would be June meeting, to discuss other options for our grievance procedure.
All right.
Is that offered in the form of a motion? Are we moving that she reappear, or we are permitting the town manager to make that decision? I don't think this is appropriate procedurally.
Well, how can the town manager make policy when we're elected to do that? We're elected to make policy.
This is not a council managed town. This is a manager managed town. We choose the town manager.
The town manager, according to our charter, answers to the council.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Moss has requested either in a formal motion or in an informal statement. I'm inquiring whether he's making a motion to direct that the town's well, not substitute, but council in part appear to speak with us. Is it a formal motion or not?
I'll make the motion to have Missy York come back and review our grievance policy and explain the other options available to us. I will make that motion.
Is there a second? Hearing none?
Can I ask a question, Mary? Has the council members never asked for the attorney to come before?
She has been here.
When it wasn't in the form of a motion, as Mr. Taylor just.
When there were a number of questions on the employee handbook.
Yes, sir.
We invited her to come.
Okay.
And she spoke in conference room B about a lot of that stuff.
So nobody else wants to discuss that? Okay.
Anything else, council?
One thing, just so you know, Elsie and I are gonna get away for a couple of days, and I will be out part of Thursday afternoon and all day Friday. I am reachable by cell phone if you need me, but I will not be in this office.
Okay. Anything else, council? Meeting adjourned.